Good morning, everyone. I'm Francine Lacroix, and I'm delighted to welcome you to day 2 of the Bloomberg Green Summit. Yesterday, we heard from some of the leading voices in business and finance that are building a net zero economy. Today, our conversations will focus on catalyzing the green recovery and renewing our global commitments to climate change. I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge our premier sponsor, GM, presenting sponsors, Ralph Lauren and Zurich, and supporting sponsor, Wipro. Now, before we get started, some quick housekeeping notes. If you experience any issues with audio or video quality, just try to refresh your browser or use the chat box in the bottom right corner of your screen for support. You will also be able to submit questions for speakers during the interviews, and please do it often and as much as you can. While we're probably not going to get to all of them, we'll try and do our best. And to submit a question, just click open the box on the right-hand side of the video window, and then you can also put your name and location, and we'll give you a shout out. Please also engage with us on social media using hashtag #BloombergGreen. Now, with that, I'd like to introduce our first guest. Joining us now is the Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau.
Climate change. We all have the power to fight it. A power called optimism. In collaboration with climate activist and photographer Sebastião Salgado and Instituto Terra in Brazil, we are helping nurture a biodiverse ecosystem once destroyed for farmland. We're an insurance company who believes we can all change climate change with love for our planet and optimism for our future.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister of Canada. So you are increasing your ambition on climate change. Why now?
Well, it's something we've always known from when we first took office 5 years ago and went to the Paris Accords with a renewed momentum on leadership on climate change. We knew we needed to put forward ambitious targets, strive to meet them, and then continually update those targets, but also update the plan. And this year, with the COP conference, with the Americans stepping up after a few years of absence on climate leadership, it's a great time to see the kind of momentum we're all building.
Prime Minister, you've increased your targets, but you're still quite a long way off from the UK or the EU, for example. Can Canada actually do even better than the targets?
Well, I think it's really important to, first of all, understand that everyone's in different circumstances. We have already done, over the past 5 years, a tremendous amount of work on moving forward to reach our existing targets. So it's not just about putting targets, it's about having a plan for them. We had an old target of 30%. We built a plan that got to 31%. Then we moved the plan to 36%. And now we're talking about a target of 40 to 45%. So we know that, for example, phasing out coal and coal generation is one of the things that the Americans are going to be doing. We've already done that. That's already built into our plan. So as we get more and more aggressive, we have to rely on things that we're doing that other people aren't yet doing. Like, we have a price on pollution, a carbon tax that's going up to $170 a ton by 2030. That's a big piece of it. And if everyone around the world were to phase out their coal plants and put a price on pollution the way we did, the whole world would be significantly further advanced.
But, Prime Minister, a lot of people, especially climate watchers, are disappointed at some of the efforts that Canada has put in place. Now, we'll talk about your new targets, but even if you focus on those, you target a 40 to 45% reduction. That's relative to 2005, which really flatters your efforts. If measured against the 1990 benchmark using Kyoto Protocol, then the reduction would be much lower. What do you say to the critics that think Canada is greenwashing?
Oh, everyone needs to continue to do more. But I think the fact that we have one of the realest prices on pollution of all our peer countries, that we are at the same time an exporter of energy, a producer of energy, and that is a challenge that not all other countries have. And we need to make sure that while the world continues to run on oil for the foreseeable future, we're doing a better job than anyone else in decarbonizing, in transforming our energy energy mix and investing in things from hydrogen to CCUS to ensuring that there are the innovative good jobs for so many Canadians who work in the energy industry, who know the world is changing, but also who know that they can be part of this extraordinary opportunity. So I think it's something that I've been a little bit frustrated about from time to time, that people are not understanding just how much Canada has done. And I'm not saying we're done. We have a lot more to do. And we have continually not just put forward targets, but put forward a level of detail in our plans that few other countries have matched to this point.
But Prime Minister, so do you feel like you've been wronged because there has been this frustration, or have your targets been actually too ambitious, given that you've in the past not really been able to reach them?
Well, I can't speak for previous governments, but we've seen all around the world that there was always a lot of talk about laying out targets and then knowing that it would be some future government not run by you that would have to explain why you didn't meet them. We turned that around and we said, okay, you know what? We had a target that was set by a previous Conservative government that had no intention of ever meeting those targets. Let's start by building a plan that's actually going to meet that target. And that effort of actually building a concrete plan where we have done tremendous amount to decarbonize, to protect nature, to invest in green solutions, to put a price on pollution that a lot of other countries simply haven't done. We've been able to show that it's not just about setting targets, it's about having those concrete plans to meet them. And quite frankly, if you're only setting targets that you know you're going to be able to know how to meet exactly, you're not pushing yourself hard enough. But if you are not setting, if you're not putting forward a concrete plan to hit those targets, you're not doing enough either. And that's the sweet spot that we've been in for many years now.
Prime Minister, what role does carbon capture actually play in your plan to achieve these goals laid out?
Well, I think carbon capture technology is going to be extremely important as part of how we decarbonize as a world to get to net zero by 50. But let's remember, technology is certainly going to be part of the solution, but technology in and of itself isn't a plan. We know that we have to be investing in all sorts of different technologies, whether it's CCUS, whether it's hydrogen, whether it's new energy efficiencies, whether it's great innovation, and creating a framework where we're supporting businesses, where we've created a price on pollution that encourages businesses to reduce their footprint. That spurs the kind of innovation that we need. So CCUS is a piece of it, but an important piece of it for us, but not the only thing, but not by far.
Prime Minister, the expansion of Canada's oil sands, of course, has long been one of the stumbling blocks to reducing its emissions. So how and where do you see that industry heading by 2030 or 2050?
Well, I think, first of all, the industry itself has recognized that the world is transforming its energy mix. People, investors are looking at greener investments. People are looking for technologies to decarbonize. That's very much something that the oil sector in Canada has been engaged in over the past many years. We've accelerated it significantly to look at how to reduce the carbon emissions associated with energy production. But I will remind you that it's not just about the oil sands themselves. It's also about consumption. It's making sure that Canadians are consuming less fossil fuels. We're going hard towards zero-emission vehicles. We're investing in retrofits. We're making sure that people have better public transit. Those kinds of investments reduce our fuel consumption, but so too must the world. And that's the opportunity. As long as the world is still dependent on oil, there will be a business case for continuing to look for more reliable sources. As we develop those solutions that Canada's on the forefront of developing, we will be able to not just decarbonize, but transform our energy mix. And I can tell you that the brilliant engineers and oil sector workers across Canada are excited about the great jobs that are going to come as we transform the way we do things.
So Canada is a country full of cars, as you say, with an economy dependent on oil and gas sales. How long do you think it will take for consumers to really adopt electric cars?
Well, we've actually seen already a massive spike in the use of electric vehicles. We're installing 5,000 charging stations across the country. We've put in place very strong consumer incentives and rebates to help people afford electric vehicles. And at the same time, we've led the way over the past few years, partially because the U.S. wasn't as focused on this, on investing in auto plants from all the different big companies that are moving towards zero-emission vehicles as part of the North American production, but in Canada. And of course, with the U.S. moving quickly towards climate leadership as well now, there's great opportunities for us to partner even more and keep moving forward.
What do you see as the main challenges, actually, to the adoption of electric vehicles?
Oh, I think the same challenges are always there. Price, accessibility and convenience of charging stations, the technology, a bit of a culture shift as well. But one of the things that we always point out is that because over 80% of our electricity grid is already clean and zero emissions, when you're plugging an electric vehicle in Canada off a hydro, that's a lot cleaner than when you're charging an electric vehicle off a coal plant, like in many parts of the world, including in the United States. So we already have a big step up on electric vehicles and emissions associated with that, which is why we're really doubling down on that, and Canadians get that.
You mentioned Joe Biden. Does the new leadership in the U.S., the arrival at the White House with a lot more push towards climate change, does it put extra pressure on Canada to do more?
No, we were already going to do more. And what happens when we have a partner across the border who's decided to also do more is we can partner. We can partner on clean fuel standards. We can partner on competitive approaches, whether it's border adjustments on carbon or approaches that'll reduce methane together. I mean, we are so integrated as an economy that everything we've done over the past 5 years has been strong and ambitious, but with a willing partner to ensure competitiveness and draw in investment in the United States, Canada is going to be able to be even more ambitious, which was a part of us being able to bump our targets up from 40 to 45%.
I mean, you're working on this cross-border climate plan with Joe Biden. What particular industries or sectors do you think Canada and the U.S. can actually cooperate on together?
All. We have an economy-wide approach at this. Obviously, whether it's manufacturing or energy production or mining and critical minerals, we know that, for example, that there are so many different battery components that are reliant on supply chains for places like China. Canada has an extraordinary supply of those critical minerals as well, and developing a capacity to provide not just better processes for extraction and doing it responsibly for the environment, but also from a security basis, a reliable, friendly partner that will be able to build stability into our modern supply chains moving forward is something that Canada and the U.S. have been working closely on agriculture, on transportation, on sharing so much in terms of standards. Our economies are so integrated that it is great news that the U.S. is choosing to step up and lead on climate because for the past 4 years, we've been going it alone, and it's been a tough slog. Now we're going to be able to accelerate all the more.
Talk to me about hydrogen. So what role do you see hydrogen playing actually in Canada?
Oh, I think hydrogen, first of all, Canada has long been a leader in hydrogen power cells with Ballard and others. It's Canadian technology that has led the way over the past 2.5 decades. We now see a serious level of interest, of innovation, of investment from around the world. We've signed partnerships with Germany. We're moving forward on developing clean hydrogen, blue hydrogen and green hydrogen. There are tremendous opportunities there. And Canada is very well positioned to be at the forefront of that, both for domestic usage and for export.
And so if you look at the industries and, of course, some of the sectors, maybe in tech or elsewhere, what do you see dominating actually in the Canadian economy in the next few decades as you go through this transition?
Well, there's two things. First of all, Canada will always be Canada. We have, great mineral resources, great natural resources, great energy resources. But our greatest advantage has always been Canadians themselves. Educated, ambitious, forward-thinking, strong social cohesion and social safety nets, diversity, because we welcome immigrants from all around the world and have that exciting sort of energy of ideas, of creativity that happens when you have such diversity. And connections to every part of the world. Canadians themselves, hardworking, ambitious, forward-thinking, are our greatest opportunity as we see the economy transform itself, as innovative workers right across the country will be part of developing those solutions we need.
But is there a specific, part of technology with carbon capture, or is there something specifically with hydrogen or something like that that you think will really take off in Canada?
Well, we are definitely investing in carbon capture and in hydrogen. We've long been one of the global leaders on AI, which touches so much, whether it's further investments in genomics, where Canada has significant advantages. We've moved forward on agricultural superclusters that are really pioneering forward-thinking approaches on ag to support our farmers. There are so many different areas where Canada can and will excel that I'm not going to narrow it down.
Prime Minister, buildings, of course, are one of the highest sources of energy consumption and of emissions. In some cases, you have electric grids in Canada that can't support solar panels. And in some cases, of course, solar panels are very expensive. How can you address that?
I think, first of all, improvements to our grid are ongoing. We have, like I said, over 80% green energy, green electricity as it is. There's more to do, and we will continue to do that. We're also looking at helping the U.S. Get its grid cleaner by exporting more Canadian electricity to the U.S. That's constantly ongoing. I think the challenges of modernizing and upgrading our grids are there for everyone. Getting smarter grids, being able to do more micro generation, understanding how the new building standards and retrofits for our existing building stock are going to be essential. We just put forward a budget that has very ambitious investments in transforming our building stock so that we can get to net zero by 50 and reach our 2030 targets, of course.
Are you optimistic? Are you more optimistic, actually, about the transition in general, globally, since last year? So what happened in the last 12 months to almost focus the minds of more leaders around the world?
Well, I think one of the things we've seen around the world is something that I've been saying for the 5 years since I first got elected, that it's not about making a choice between what's good for the economy and what's good for the environment anymore. You need to do them both together. The only way to have a plan for the future of the economy is to have a plan to fight climate change and protect the environment. And what we've seen, I think, over the past decade and past year and a half is really an understanding, whether it's from capital markets, whether it's from various countries, to see that, wow, there's a real opportunity there. Even as China continues to be challenged with pollution, they're at the same time innovating in extraordinary ways on solar and on batteries. We need to compete with that for our economic well-being, not just because we want to protect the planet. And that's where Canadians are very excited about the opportunities on it. And the other thing why I'm optimistic is about a year and a half ago, we fought an election where there was still a gap in our plan on how to reach our 2030 targets. Well, in the year since then, we have invested and leaned in and seen some of the results of the early initiatives we put in 2015 and 2016 come forward, which demonstrates that not only can we increase our targets, but we're actually demonstrating concrete plans that are increasing massively our ability to reach those targets. So it's that combination of momentum, of everyone coming around to it, of Canadians now understanding that there is no more debate on whether you put a price on pollution. Even the Conservative Party in Canada, which has long resisted any price on pollution, just put forward its own carbon tax. It's convoluted and not very ambitious, but I think the debate has been settled that that we know we need to show climate leadership and innovation, and that's exactly what all Canadians want. And I think that will allow us, particularly with other countries in the world stepping up on leadership, it will allow us all to move forward positively.
But Prime Minister, why was there that change? So is it the younger generation? Is it the millennials kind of putting pressure on everyone else, or is it a change of leadership in the U.S. together with the U.S., China, and India spearheading the movement?
I think it's a bit of all of that. I think the business community has understood that it just makes smart business sense to go where, as we Canadians say, as the puck is going, and not where it is now. And the world is going towards lower carbon emissions. The world is looking for technology and innovation. The world is looking for solutions that Canadians are very good at figuring out, because we're too hot in the summer, we're too cold in the winter, we have big spaces between our communities. We're ambitious, we're forward thinking. There are a lot of practical and tangible reasons why Canadians are very interested in finding solutions to the challenges we're faced with. And whether it's millennials, whether it's the business community, whether it's the international leadership we're seeing, Canada is right in there in moving forward on fighting climate change.
How difficult is it to change consumer behavior? So I guess to live in a better, greener, utopian world, it would be less travel, less, of course, fossil fuel, but also traveling less with eating less meat and things like that. How long will that take?
I think it's actually remarkable to see how many citizens around the world, but certainly how many Canadians are happy about being a little more thoughtful about their choices. Now, not the same choices are not going to be the right thing for everyone. People will make the right choices, but knowing that there is a much greater availability of options that are lower carbon, that you can change in your lifestyle, that doesn't reduce your quality of life, quite frankly, often enhances your quality of life. And I think the challenge we have as governments is creating a framework within which those solutions can come forward without being too much of an immediate hit on ordinary citizens' pocketbook. And that's where, when we brought in our strong price on pollution, we're actually returning more money to the average family than they pay out on average on the carbon tax. So if they reduce their consumptions, they actually get more money in that rebate. And that encouragement and that demonstration that we are, even as we do good things for the planet and protect from climate change, we are supporting families in their daily expenses and creating jobs for their kids and their industry into the future. Those are the three elements that everyone wants to see. Yes, they want a protected planet, but yes, they need to know that they're not going to be carrying too many extra burdens because of it, but also that there are going to be good jobs for them and their kids in the future. That's where we've really put the emphasis, and I think that is a big piece of what has been the awakening over the past few years.
So how many jobs, Prime Minister, are you expecting to create through some of these new clean technology, these new sectors in general?
Well, right now our focus is on getting out of this COVID recession. So we've talked about 1 million new jobs that we're creating by the end of the year. But obviously, as we move forward, whether it's the energy sector or the natural resources sector writ large, or in our cities and our high-tech companies, there are tremendous economic opportunities that Canada is well positioned to create jobs through.
Prime Minister, have you changed or made any changes to your lifestyle to, I don't know, drive less or eat less meat or anything like that?
Well, I'm flying an awful lot less, but that's more COVID than anything else. I think we're all adjusting to a new reality and thinking about how this moment of pause, where we're doing so much more virtually, where we're doing so many things differently, is having us, get perhaps fresh insights into how the coming years we can make different and perhaps better choices. So we're always looking for ways. I try to ride my bike a lot and get outside more often and eat healthy and all those things that we're all supposed to be doing. But at the same time, thinking about as a society, what can we be doing more? I think those are a lot of great conversations that are happening as we come through this COVID crisis.
Prime Minister, what would your priorities be for COP26? So we're 6-7 months away from that. What, we can't get everything done, or maybe we can, but a lot of that would be maybe naive. So what would be your 2-3 priorities?
I think the first one is to really make sure that everyone is doing their part, that everyone is putting forward the right targets and the right plan for themselves. I mean, there are things that work, but that are difficult. I mean, for a lot of countries, phasing out coal plants is going to be incredibly difficult. And countries like Canada can be an example that it can be done, even though, yes, it is even difficult for us. As we move forward on shifting our pricing mechanisms, building in the cost of externalities with something like a price on pollution. Canada's moved forward with that. A lot of other countries haven't yet, but look at it as the most efficient way to do it. I think if we can sufficiently bring the conversation around over the coming months so that once we get to COP26, countries around the world will realize, well, maybe we can do like Canada and actually win an election around a carbon tax, which we were able to do, is moving the narrative and the story we're telling about the future to our kids along in a positive way. So yes, there's the targets, there's the plan to meet the targets, but there's also that sense of capacity to do it, and ambition and even excitement about the opportunities that we're seeing. And I think that is the message that I'm really looking forward to seeing resonate around the world as we approach COP.
But Prime Minister, I think your carbon emissions amongst the G7 countries were the only ones that went up since the Paris Agreement. So what's your pledge today?
We took power in 2015 from a government that for 10 years had not taken very seriously the responsibilities around climate change. And what we see is that the climate emissions would have continued to increase massively over the past number of years had we not brought in real measures to arrest that climb. And we are now poised to start significantly decreasing our measures. We are going to hit and surpass our targets, and we're going to continue looking into bringing even more ambition to the table. But, Canadians are sort of old-fashioned in that we don't just want to talk about a great target. We need to have a concrete plan that's going to bring us to that target. And that's where Canada is a little bit ahead of many of our peer countries.
Prime Minister Trudeau, thank you so much for joining us today.
Always a pleasure. Thank you.
Welcome back. It's John Micklethwaite, the editor-in-chief at Bloomberg. You've just heard from Justin Trudeau. Now we have Mark Carney. Trudeau, then Carney. It's an intriguing ring to many Canadians. But we are here to discuss the environment and COP26. COP26 being organised in Glasgow by Britain and by Italy, and with Mark Carney as the main advisor to Boris Johnson. Mark, and I could begin with a sort of general question about COP26. John Kerry has described it as the world's last chance. And you've seen the numbers, especially from BNEF, that show that the level of commitments is still too low. What do you think is a realistic expectation from Glasgow?
Well, first, thanks for having me. And may I compliment also actually that BNEF research because it's timely and I would broadly agree with it. Look, the objective for Glasgow, first and foremost, is to keep that 1.5 degree temperature rise within reach so that countries are showing up not just with objectives, but with the underlying plans that are consistent with that, and that we organize the private sector consistent, again, with that core goal. It was a good week last week with the Biden summit. The commitments of the US, Canada, UK, Japan, accelerating a number of points also made from some of the major emerging economies. So there are some advanced economies that are now have commitments and the policies coming in consistent with that sub 2 degree objective. But of course, the whole world has to get there, and we need to use every day, every week and month between now and Glasgow in order to get everyone aligned for that goal. So there's more good week last week, more work to be done.
It's a particular focus there on the Asian countries. So the hope is that they will come in with much more precise commitments before Glasgow starts?
I think so, although Japan moving their so-called NDC to 46%, up from 26% carbon reduction by 2030, with a stretch goal of 50%, that is a major, major move. In China, it was interesting what President Xi said at the Biden summit in terms of coal in the beginning, the first formal signs of phasing out coal latter half of this decade, the start of that process. Obviously, it's essential that moves. And as the Secretary General said, advanced economies need to be out of coal by the end of this decade, and emerging economies out by the end of next decade. So there does need to be movement there. South Korea ending public financing of coal as well, important. But we need more. You're absolutely right. We will need more out of Asia. I would underscore, though, again, some of the positive signs. Prime Minister Modi emphasizing the 450 gigawatts of renewable power that they intend to build. And that's tangible. That's real. The economics there work, and I think the commitment is there. So there's positives to build on, much more that needs to be done.
You mentioned Biden's commitment to bring it down by 50%, 52% by the end of the decade, America's contribution towards global warming. Is that credible? Do you think America can really do that?
I think it is, first off, it's incredibly welcome. It's welcome to have the U.S. back. As I think presidential envoy, I'll get the title right, Kerry said, you reestablish credibility not just by words, but by actions. You reestablish by action. So it'll be the actions behind that. We're seeing elements of that in the first presidential orders. The Biden infrastructure plan is consistent with that on grid infrastructure, on moves on electric vehicles. Again, we'll need to see more. I think if you look at the policies, it's not all the way there, although that is true for virtually every country, and certainly true for those countries who have upped their objectives. So policy needs to fill in. Ultimately, and I think I'll just underscore this, it's the private sector that is going to supply the trillions of investment that's needed for anybody to achieve their objectives, which is why the work on private finance is essential for this COP and beyond.
I'll just come back to private finance in a second, but a particular issue, you are Boris Johnson's advisor. The issue with Boris Johnson is he's normally much better at making promises than necessarily completing them. In Britain, he's talked about an enormous 70% drop in carbon. Are you sort of satisfied with the numbers behind that?
Well, I think what's encouraging in the track record in the UK government is it's taking advice. And the UK has put in place a structure where there is an independent assessment of how good the policies are. In other words, relative to the objectives, which is 68% down by 2030. And as you just noted, that 78% commitment that the Prime Minister made last week by 2035. Now, that commitment was a response to the direct advice from the Carbon Commission in the UK. So they're following the advice. They've largely followed the advice on policy. There is still a gap, to be clear. There's more policy that needs to come above and beyond the 10-point plan, but they're heading in the direction. I'll point to one aspect of that, which is around the coverage of carbon pricing, for example, in the UK. It's also an issue in the European Union, ultimately carbon pricing covering transport and elements of heavier industry in a way that's going to be consistent with these new objectives. But there's still time to put those policies in place.
You mentioned the private sector a few times. Last week, you launched GFANZ, which is the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, which you set up. And it brings together various financial initiatives to do with global warming. And the particular idea is to bring in banks, insurers, all those things. I should declare that it's supported both by Mike Bloomberg and also your own employer, Brookfield. But I suppose the big question is, what do you hope to achieve by that? Lots of Greens are looking at it and saying, well, this isn't powerful enough. People declaring that they'll get there by 2050 isn't quite good enough. They want people to give up coal now. What would you say to people who feel that way?
Well, first, this all starts with commitment, but very hard after that is transparency, and so welcome the scrutiny that comes from all stakeholders on these types of commitments. But this is the mainstreaming of climate finance that the world needs. The commitments, of course, they're commitments for net zero by 2050, just as there are country commitments, 126 countries and counting now, with 2050 net zero commitments. But there's also commitments for fair share of decarbonization by 2030. So those are for the banks and the insurers and others, analogous to what we've just been talking about for the US, the UK, Japan, et cetera. And that's, by the way, the world needs to be down by about 50% in terms of decarbonization by 2030. So this is significant when you're a bank or an asset manager and it's your portfolio, it's not your operations. I mean, of course, you have to move your operations to net zero, but this is about where you're investing and to whom you're lending, and that those entities are decarbonizing at that rate. And what, for example, the banks are required under this is to publish within 18 months their decarbonization plans for the most affected sectors, and within 36 months by all the sectors what their decarbonization plans are. So we'll get a very quick look at this. There's annual disclosure requirements and absolute and emissions intensity reductions, and then 5-year decarbonization plans across the whole portfolios. All of that comes out and can be scrutinized. And these entities are committed to the objective. I'll make one other point. There are lots of sustainability initiatives. There's lots of individual institutional announcements across the whole financial sector. This is the one group that is tied into the UN COP process. So it's part of something called Race to Zero. This is the gold standard for net zero commitments. The secretariat is the UN UNEP FI. So again, it's tied into the UN. It's got these transparency. It's got short-term requirements. This is, people have to deliver on it, just like you were challenging me on countries. But this is the architecture. And so the reason we're talking about it is it's $70 trillion of assets that are part of the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero. And we intend to grow that between now and Glasgow. These are the founders. This is the core. It's a pretty big core. It's an impressive core, but we need even more than this.
What happens if, say, a bank doesn't meet its targets? Will you throw them out? Is that part of the process?
Well, I think if it is consistently that's the case, if they're building that track record, then no, they're not delivering their fair share, and they're not part of these alliances, and they would have that sanction. And again, banks, the information is going to be out there. What are the strategies for these individual banks, insurers, pension funds, others for decarbonization? How successful are they in doing it? And we should take a step back as well, because all of this links into what the countries are doing, the policies that are there, and the financing being in place. Now, one of the messages that we're trying to give to countries, not just the G7 and G20, but all countries, is the private financing is being lined up for ambition. So be ambitious, put the policies in place, and you can draw down that. And that's how we get the virtuous cycle that we need to address this enormous challenge.
There's another side to that, which you came very close to saying, is that the companies are coming forward with these promises. Some people say the multilateral financing organizations have been slower. Is that something that you want to change?
It is something we want to change. As part of the Paris Agreement, 2.13C, I believe is the article, all financial institutions are supposed to be aligned with the Paris Agreement. In other words, their balance sheets, their strategies are consistent with a path to sub 2 degrees, that 1.5 degree target. It is not the case for most multilateral development banks, international financial institutions. That needs to change. The private sector is becoming oriented to net zero. The public sector or these international financial institutions should be leading the way. There's promising developments, but over the balance of this year, working with the Italian presidency of the G20, the UK, and Italy as co-chairs, we need to get the multilateral development banks in this place. And let me make one other crucial point here, which is it's not just aligning those balance sheets. but it's how they're used, because in the end, we're talking tens of trillions of balance sheets. It's billions, sorry, tens of billions of balance sheets of these MDBs like the World Bank and others, but they can leverage trillions of private sector flows. And as you get the private sector now oriented to net zero, more effective use of those public sector balance sheets, particularly to get the flows to emerging and developing economies for the type of mitigation, carbon reduction that we need to get to net zero will be critical. Again, it all loops back to where we started, which is this is part of what unlocks ambition, greater ambition from all countries in the run-up to Glasgow.
And you've been on, I'm just thinking whilst you were talking, you've been on both sides of this particular divide. You've been in the public sector and Governor of Bank of England, but you've also been in the private sector at Goldman Sachs, now at Brookfield. Where do you feel the main impetus is coming from? It feels like recently, over the past year, the private sector has really given a kick to these things. You've got a lot of big financial institutions coming out, committing themselves to goals, and we'll come back about the value of carbon offsets in a moment, but they are committing themselves to these things. Is there an element that the private sector has now moved a bit ahead of the public sector?
Yeah, I think it has. I think, well, first is that people moved ahead of governments. So we had a huge shift in public opinion in recent years, the mainstreaming of really the imperative of addressing this issue, manifest, with Fridays for Future for young people, all the way through voting patterns in a number of countries. People say, deal with this issue. So people moving in advance of governments. I think governments are working to catch up. I think associated with that, the private sector is more advanced at the moment than public ambition. That's a good thing because it can help unlock that public ambition. Now, what's crucial in terms of keeping this momentum going is having the type of transparency. It's one thing to have an objective. Secondly, you got to say how you're going to get to the objective, and you have to reveal in the short term, whether you're a bank or an investor or others, whether or not you're hitting your targets, and then people will judge, and people will be judging financial institutions. And I think one of the most important things in the last 12 months, point we've been making as part of COP to major pools of capital is, listen, part of your job is to judge which companies are going to decarbonize and whether to back those companies with investments or loans. But you too will be judged, and you need to get your own house in order. And your judgment, the judgment is not going to be about some ESG score or some sustainability mission statement. It is, are you decarbonizing? Are you part of the solution, or are you part of the problem? And that's what shifted, and that's what the Glasgow Financial Alliance is codifying, is making hard and real. And Bloomberg and others, you'll be reporting on it and parsing the numbers for institutions themselves, and then for the sector in aggregate, and stakeholders in all senses, not just investors but citizens, will be judging whether enough has been done.
You just talked then about the need to have very precise targets, and then the issue about how you get there. Just firstly on those precise targets, net zero, what is your definition of that? Because there are various interpretations.
Well, the first is that, net zero is the imperative of climate physics. We're not going to stabilize the temperature at any level, 1.5 to 2.5 degrees, unless we get to net zero, which means that any carbon that is emitted, and sometimes people talk in terms of anthropogenic, human emitted carbon, but it's all carbon, what comes from natural sources as well, has to be removed. And those are flows. So any residual emissions, we need to get to net zero. The objective is to get to net zero by 2050. Now, very importantly, what matters is what happens on the trajectory between now and then, because as you well know, it's the stock of carbon or broader greenhouse gases in the atmosphere which determines climate. So as the first and primary responsibility of a company, a financial institution, is to reduce their absolute emissions. And the issue is that alongside those absolute emission reductions, they can complement those with the use of offsets. Now, there are different types of offsets, First and foremost is those offsets which pull carbon, remove carbon, I should say, from the atmosphere. So think a growing forest as an example, or if and when carbon capture and sequestration becomes available at scale. Those are the two examples of actually removing and permanently removing carbon. There are also offsets that are related to what's called avoidance. So think the avoidance of burning down more of the Amazon rainforest. We can all agree that that's a problem. You're avoiding a problem. The question is the standards and the integrity around that. So I think on net zero, we have to distinguish between the endpoint and what happens on the trajectory, and do we have adequate incentives for all types of offsets in those markets to develop? Because properly, with proper integrity, they are not equally, they are all important.
I know you have pushed and said that people should focus first on removing carbon themselves, and then sort of using offsets as a kind of top up. But there is this problem with offsets. Various people have been pointed, they've been kind of granted a bit like papal indulgences in the Middle Ages. You look at all the carbon offsets around the world, you end up with virtually the whole Earth covered in forest, which isn't going to happen. And how do you get that sort of element of reality in that, and particularly this idea of carbon trading?
Yeah, okay. Well, first thing is that reinforce it's absolutely the responsibility to reduce absolute emissions as rapidly as possible and as much as the science allows. But there are certain industries where there are limits to the current technologies and engineering, and so there is value in removing carbon during that period of time. What that does is it buys us more time to make the progress, make the investment, make the innovations, breakthrough technologies and others that are going to be needed to ultimately get us to net zero. The second thing is that, and this is a live issue of discussion, so for companies that are on trajectories, so-called science-based trajectories of reducing, sorry, this is my graphic, reducing emissions towards net zero, should they be compensating for the emissions that they're actually emitting while they're on that path, because they're still emitting, and so I view that as a responsibility, a potential responsibility above and beyond getting on the trajectory to net zero. And this is the one thing we know is that what we don't have today is a robust, high-integrity global market for offsets. We need that market. It's being built under the Bill Winters working group. It's a private sector working group. There's almost 200 different entities, including a large number of NGOs involved in the development of that. And by this midsummer, the core elements of the governance, the structure, and other key building blocks of that will be released. We already have the blueprint out. And in parallel to that, these judgments about, and I'll stop here, where these offsets should be used and how we can use them to maximize our prospects of getting to net zero, and in the process, getting big flows of capital to emerging and developing economies and protecting biodiversity.
Do you think that market should be regulated? And also, I suppose, where do you think it's going to be centered? Some people talk about London, others talk about Singapore and places.
So a couple of things, very important. Yes, it should be regulated and regulated in a couple of regards. First, the core integrity of the market, like any market, the plumbing of it, if you will, needs to be regulated, needs to be high standards. Very importantly, we need a governance structure that everyone recognizes that says this is a high integrity offset, first and foremost. So in other words, it actually is doing what it says in terms of removing carbon, for example, and we think, my view, and I think this is part of the process of the independent group, is that there should be a gating factor for those who are buying offsets. So in other words, you can't buy offsets as a company unless you are reducing your absolute emissions, unless you have a high quality net zero plan. So that helps take care of the papal indulgence problem, the example you gave. Now, where is this going to be centered? I think the two, London and Singapore are two great, financial centers, have infrastructure and the depth there to develop it. You could see potential a few hubs for it. There, and last point on it is I would distinguish the architecture here is with exchange traded contracts, but effectively the bulk of this is an over-the-counter market that references those core exchange-traded contracts.
One last question, which actually just come in from the audience. It says, do central banks have an obligation to intervene when governments fail, when they take harmful short-term political measures that do in climate change? I mean, you spoke a lot about climate change when you were the governor of Bank of England. Do you think that's a legitimate thing for central banks to come in on?
Central banks who oversee financial institutions absolutely have an obligation. This is now a mainstream view. It was on the fringes when I first mentioned it, to make sure that those financial institutions are robust to governments doing what they need to do to get us to net zero. Yes.
One very, very last one, because I mentioned Trudeau at the beginning. You've aligned yourself a little bit with his administration, his government. Will you undertake to hold him to the fire if he doesn't fulfill the mandate?
Well,
fulfill his promises on it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, working together, we try to put it in more positive terms, but the issue is getting the gap between those commitments and the underlying policies closed. And what Canada has done is we had a 30% target. We had policies that were delivering that and delivering more than that, actually 36%. We've just increased our target. That means more policies consistent with that. We have more work to do in aligning our financial institutions with net zero as well, and we'll do that work so we can deliver this and deliver more and play absolutely our role in solving this issue, and in the process, and I firmly believe this, creating the kind of jobs and growth that Canada needs and the world needs.
Mark Carney, thank you very much for talking to us. Very busy year ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John.
You want to see something all electric? We're driving it everywhere. We are Generation E. Ultium! It's a battery that charges fast. It has more energy than me. We want smart, clean, and safe. And powerful. The electric future starts now.
Welcome, everyone. My name is Lila Ashoaf, and I work in global purchasing and supply chain sustainability at General Motors. We're excited to have the opportunity today to speak with several prominent climate activists on the importance of bringing everybody in on the journey to a more sustainable future. Benji Backer is the founder and president of the American Conservation Coalition. Jerome Foster II is the executive director of 1 Million of Us and a member of the White House Environmental Justice Advisory Council. Danielle Dean Ryan is a climate and clean energy strategist and senior advisor of the Donors of Color Network. I've been very excited to meet and speak with you all, so let's get started with our first question for Benji. While climate change is still a controversial issue in some places, the data shows that more and more people are starting to get concerned. What do you see as the key driver of this change?
Well, thank you, and that's a great question. I think there are two main drivers amidst a lot of drivers when it comes to why this conversation has been changing. The first is that we've had a lot of economic growth in developing countries, and the more developed a country is, the more you have an opportunity to think about climate change, to have education around climate change, as well as the awareness and the opportunity to take action. The second reason that I think that we're changing this dialogue is because we're making it more tangible for people. We're allowing people to understand how climate change impacts their backyards or their culture or their local geographic region. By connecting people to this issue, we are allowing more people to take action because they can actually connect with it for the first time.
Thanks, Benji. Definitely a great way to make it personal. Danielle, this next question is for you. We're increasingly hearing of this need to take a justice lens when talking about solutions for key social and environmental issues like racism and climate change. What does that mean, and why is it especially important for companies and governments that are looking to drive change?
Having a justice lens means recognizing that current energy systems produce unequal, unjust impacts. And so any climate and energy solutions must explicitly include intentional efforts to ensure that those most affected, people of color, the poor women, are helped. This justice lens has to be applied to your lobbying dollars and your board, not just your sustainability spending and policies. Without that justice lens, you're undermining efforts to solve the climate crisis. Even the National Academies of Science's recent decarbonization report to Congress that I've been helping to brief the administration on says this. Technology investments alone without a justice lens won't do it. A justice lens is especially important for companies and governments who say they're looking to drive change. We can't be naive. Those looking to undermine change consistently exploit the justice failures of proposed solutions. The themes for this conference are repair, rebuild, renew. Do repair work with those that your business is most affected. Rebuild your strategy, making sure no matter what sector you're in to do justice analysis and have it in the DNA of what you do and what you spend. You measure what you care about. If you're a corporate foundation, take the Climate Funders Justice Pledge. You can Google that. Renew your efforts to ensure that you have input from diverse organizations representing the communities most affected by racism and climate change. A coalition of communities, businesses, and justice leaders help deliver a pro-climate president and a Congress that has the ability to act. That same coalition is needed to help achieve a just transition and solve the climate crisis.
Thank you, Danielle, for that explanation. Jerome, this question is for you. What are some key challenges facing youth activism today, and how can the public and private sectors help?
Absolutely. So when we look at the youth climate movement, some of the challenges we've been facing come from how governments take action, and it has to be systemic and can't just be working around the margins of the climate crisis. It has to be rooted in the core causes of this issue. And also another challenge that's come about is funding. How do we support youth-led movements? Because the larger and more resources we have, the more we can make public awareness and change happen. So, yeah.
Excellent points, Jerome, and kudos to our youth activists. This last question is for all of our participants. If you could address one key misconception around climate change, what would that be?
Well, I'll start out and I'll say that a common misconception is that this issue is too big and that individuals can't make a difference in this fight. All of our actions add up, and we can fight climate change if we act collectively.
A key misconception is that whites care more than people of color about addressing the climate crisis. The polls actually show the opposite is true.
And another misconception is about the timeline to act. Many people say we have decades to start taking action, but really we only have one. So action has to start now.
Absolutely. We appreciate your insight today with us. There's a lot of talk about whose job it is to address climate change. Is it the government, the private sector, consumers, or special committees? These conversations are important to help accelerate solutions, but at the end of the day, it is every person's job to address what's in their capacity. Whether you're in politics, automotive, education, or anywhere else, each one of us has the ability and the reach to do something in our respective spaces. Climate change intersects with almost every major crisis we face. At GM, we take this seriously. We're taking on bold initiatives in our products and processes to address these realities. And whatever your industry, age, or background is, I invite you to join us. Everybody in.
Welcome, everybody, to one of the most important panels of the day, if not the year, because this really is at the epicenter of fighting climate change as well as sustainable development in the areas where it matters the most. Let's get started with the idea of real estate and the place that it has in global climate change, in combating climate change. Just to give you some perspective, cities account for 2% of the world's landmass and more than 60% of the emissions, this according to the United Nations. And buildings account for a significant proportion portion of that. One study just recently came out saying about 30% of all urban emissions could be cut by 2050 by making buildings more efficient. I don't need to talk about it. The people who are the experts are here with us who can really talk about it much better than I. Let's bring them in. Kathleen McCarthy, global co-head of real estate at Blackstone, which is one of the world's biggest real estate owners, with $187 billion under management. And Tony Malkin, who really is a leader in sustainable real estate on many different levels, chairman and chief executive officer of Empire State Realty Trust, owners, of course, of the Empire State Building, which was absolutely a pioneer in sustainable buildings, and who's also played an instrumental role in some of the regulations around getting this to happen. So I want to start this conversation with a big picture question, Kathleen. Is talking about greener buildings the appropriate way to really be talking about this?
Well, first, thanks for having me, Lisa. This will be a great conversation. I'd say absolutely. Green in a building context is about sustainability and strategies for reducing greenhouse gas emissions and impact on the planet. And as you said, buildings are a big part of the emissions impact. And I think there's a lot of ways we can, at a tactical level and across the canvas we have, for example, in our business, have a huge impact on the planet in a positive way.
Tony?
I think the one thing I would add to Kathleen's comments is that the fact that cities are the most efficient way to deliver work, health services, retail services, life services. So while we consume and produce on the margin, as we measure it, much more than other places, relatively speaking, the efficiency per person, per resident, per worker is much, much higher. So it's a great place to focus, a great place to work on improving things.
Well, when you talk about green buildings, is there a model of what that means in terms of, is it cutting emissions? Is it having a certain type of materials involved? Tony, I want to start with you on that.
So I'd say there are three things. It's energy efficiency, number one. Number two, it's healthy buildings. And number two, it's indoor environmental quality. So we need to create environments in which workers can work healthily. We need to remove off-gassing organic materials. We need to make sure the air is clean, refreshed. In the case of COVID, active bipolar ionization produces a clean interior, clean air for people to breathe. And then in the last instance, though, the first point made, energy efficiency is critical. Energy is what creates carbon, and to the extent we are going to have carbon in the production of energy, we need to reduce our energy consumption.
Kathleen, how easy is it to have criteria and measure the greenness, for lack of a better word, of a building?
Well, I would say, having criteria is not particularly hard. Measuring is a challenge, but I think it's vitally important. We know in life that what gets measured matters and therefore gets managed. And so a big part of how we approach our climate initiatives, our sustainability initiatives, is around setting targets. So, for example, our firm recently announced that for all new control investments, we're going to aim to reduce emissions by 15% over the first few years that we hold the assets. And I think that's a nice thing to say, but you have to be able to measure where you start and how you're making progress toward that goal and have you achieved it. Building off something Tony said in his last answer, I'd say, historically, I think a lot of the ways people thought about green and green buildings was really against a design standard where you were thinking about green roofs and bicycles and whether you have LED lighting, and all of those things are important. But I'd say really the opportunity we have as owners of large-scale real estate, for example, for us, our portfolio is about $370 billion of real estate around the globe. Tony operates huge assets in one of the most important markets for this kind of work.
Compared to Kathleen.
Is that, I think the way we think about it is you have an opportunity to start and lead with operational interventions, and then try to move these assets along a hierarchy of carbon reduction. And you need to be measuring all along the way, because you are starting with the things that are more capital light in terms of your intervention. So I mentioned LED lighting or optimizing building systems. But then you have to move it along to have a real impact. You have to make significant capital investments, and you have to be well-capitalized owners. It really does advantage folks like Empire State and Blackstone, who not only have the assets to do the work against, but have the capital to attribute to it. And once you can get the equipment better, then you can start thinking about, where does the power come from? Do you have the ability to produce renewable power on site? Can you buy that from the grid? Is there more renewable power available? And so I think, all of us, what we're trying to do is take stock of where we are and then measure along the way as we move through this hierarchy.
And there's a lot packed in there, including the investment and what's required to retrofit buildings and how to make things more efficient. Before we dig into some of the details of that, Tony, can you give a sense of what proportion of buildings have been retrofitted or have complied on some level with the current standards for regulation for emissions for buildings?
Well, I think you have to get right to the question of what are the current standards for regulations for buildings. And the reality is that on a national level, we have no standards, but we have the ability within the federal government to collect data, analyze data, and provide voluntary standards. On a state level, we have begun to look at states as far as what their objectives are with regard to their grids, and New York State has some very progressive goals towards this. By the way, states around the country have begun to focus on this. On a city level, there's where a lot of legislation has begun to take place. And there you begin to see this dialectic between the standards which they seek to establish and the fact that they really don't have the capacity to process, analyze, collect, and understand the data. So in New York City, for instance, when they've begun to rate buildings, not standards yet of how you're supposed to perform, but rate buildings through Local Law 87, what they actually did was use a federal standard and a federal tool, the Environmental Protection Agency's portfolio manager, to accumulate data and provide the ratings. Now with Local Law 97, we begin to have not so much necessarily standards for performance, yet well-defined overall objectives for the entire building stock within the city. And I'm actually on the Mayor's Advisory Board for the implementation of Local Law 97, where we then try to take that objective and to look at building typologies and to understand universities, hospitals, retail, cold storage, warehouse distribution, office, residential. What are the contributions that they can make? How do they get there in order to achieve these results? So very much to Kathleen's comment, got to get away, I think, from the comment of green in the classic sense. I think that was really taken by the U.S. Green Building Council and a lot of focus on LEED with bike racks, showers, plant walls, water features, signage, which really did start the conversation and I think are very useful. In the end, however, if you want to change the world and you want to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, that's not how you get there. It's exactly what Kathleen said. What can be what we like to say is what can be modeled, can then be implemented, can then be measured and verified. And that's what this really gets to, is the data. So the standards have yet to be established. We are very active with the Real Estate Roundtable, both Kathleen and I, to work with the government, with the Biden administration now, but we've worked with 3 prior administrations towards the assembly and analysis of data to provide the opportunity to inform state and local legislation towards actual standards.
Kathleen, what's your sense of how cities are doing with respect to complying in a sort of wholesale manner in the real estate that you look at as a potential investment?
Well, as Tony said, and I'll step out of New York City and operate, talk about how things are looking around the world. I'd say different cities and different governments are taking different approaches, but increasingly we are seeing a regulation-led approach. And some of that's driven because countries have made commitments, for example, to the Paris Climate Accords, which I'd say we support wholeheartedly, but because those commitments were made and then governments turn around and say, well, how do I actually implement against that? And that's where they need the private sector. And so regulation can help with that. And again, different places are in different positions. But, one of the things we're really encouraged by is some of what we see coming out in Europe and taking hold, in that it's not just about regulations with sticks, if you will, attached to them, fines, penalties, et cetera. but really programmatic approaches to try to incentivize owners, incentivize capital to make progress against sustainability goals. So, for example, in our business in Europe, we've been able to access two things. One thing is known as a green bond. Something else is called a sustainability-linked bond. In each of these cases, you can sometimes qualify if your real estate itself meets certain requirements, but particularly with the sustainability-linked bonds, you can actually qualify into the bonds, but then keep them so long as you're making progress against certain sustainability goals. And in each case, we're really motivated not just because we care a lot about this subject, which we do, but also because it has a real impact in a positive way for our investors by reducing our borrowing costs, in many cases by 10% or more. And so I think what that European market has recognized is, hey, if we can take owners and say you can reduce your borrowing costs, that'll incentivize you into the behavior we want by attracting more capital into your capital stacks. It's, I think, a very effective way for governments to really approach this partnership with the private sector.
So, Tony, what are some of the most efficient ways of using capital to reduce emissions, right? I mean, we think about, for example, LED lights, and you're talking about the operational aspects that perhaps are less expensive. What are some of the other more progressed areas to target for buildings that you're seeing, putting aside regulations, but perhaps being adapted by some of the regulators?
So I think it's very important just to begin with an understanding there is no silver bullet for this. There's silver buckshot. So if you want to look at the work we did at the Empire State Building, which was absolutely groundbreaking work, what I like to call ESRT version 1.0, and we're in the midst of, and we'll soon reveal ESRT version 2.0. But we looked at 64 different measures, and we looked at how they would work in concert and integrate them into a renovation which we already had planned at the Empire State Building. And we took the lessons that we learned there, by the way, and we rolled them out through our whole portfolio. In the Empire State Building, these 8 measures, which included improved thermal barrier through upgrading our windows, improving the insulation between the perimeter radiators and the exterior walls, heating and cooling controls, digital controls, the largest wireless building energy management system in the world. You look at these 8 different measures together, we've reduced our total energy consumption off our baseline by 40%. Now, when you reduce energy, as I said, you reduce carbon. So our goal here is to look at all of these measures individually. There's no one. So now in version 2.0, we have now looked at over 150 different measures, products, services, things that can be installed, ways things can be monitored and measured. And then the next thing is you have to understand that tenants, users, have a tremendous amount to do with what the actual consumption profile looks like, all right? So in residential, it's the apartment user. In logistics, it's the actual tenant inside the space. And in office buildings, which is our primary focus, approximately 55 to 60% of all the energy consumed is consumed within the tenant space. So we started a project called the Tenant Energy Optimization Program, which is available at the Urban Land Institute. And I did this as a philanthropic initiative with some other foundations, my own, and our own work. And it establishes the process of how you design and build out energy-efficient tenant spaces. And then through my role with the Real Estate Roundtable, where I chaired the Sustainability Policy Advisory Committee, we actually got a bill passed in Congress back in 2015, which would expand Energy Star, which is a measure for energy consumption, to tenant spaces, not just buildings. Believe it or not, it took a while, but after that bill passed, it is now fully implemented, and it's another way, instead of having a LEED insignia on your office, which says, oh, you conserve water and waste diversion, all those things, which are nice, this is hardcore. Have you reduced your energy consumption? And then I think the other important thing to do is to maintain commissioning. It's not the Rocco turkey roaster. You do not set it and forget it. You've got to work with it every month, every quarter, every year, because workers go in and do work, they change systems, sensors might not be functioning. You have to maintain, so it's a constant recommissioning. The results, however, can be very significant. And we've targeted the maximum that we feel we can reduce in the consumption of the Empire State Building through our version 2.0. We'll reduce those findings shortly, along with the costs to get there. In the meantime, I think it's very important that we have shared all our work. ESBNYC.com, has a sustainability section that lists everything that we've done and how we did it. The Tenant Energy Optimization Program that resides at Urban Land Institute provides instruction and case studies for architects, brokers, engineers, owners, managers, tenants. How do you do the work? Share this information, spur change.
Well, and that, Kathleen, that kind of goes to the heart of the question: how do you scale up some of these solutions, which, to quote Tony, are more like silver buckshot rather than a silver bullet? The idea here that you're targeting a moving target, first of all, you're dealing with different buildings, you're dealing with different tenants. This isn't just sort of a cookie cutter kind of approach. How do you then scale up and provide the capital when it's from investors who want returns and it might not be as obvious in the near term?
Well, I'd start by saying that I think these goals are totally aligned, right? When you have good sustainability projects, when you are ESG oriented, and you are making buildings more efficient, more attractive places to work. Tony highlighted wellness and how important that is, not only for the planet, but for the people in the building. I think this is completely aligned with generating great returns for investors. And by the way, I think our investors see that as well as part of the project we have of generating value in the investments we make. I'd say, though, that it does require a lot of resources and as we talked about before, a lot of capital in some cases to really address the opportunities that exist to reduce the impact of greenhouse gas emissions, to reduce water usage, to reduce waste. And so from our standpoint, we've tried to create a great partnership between people we have at Blackstone, both leaders in this space specifically. We last year hired a head of ESG. I mentioned when we were preparing for the conversation, Tony had helped, and his team helped us find a terrific person to lead that initiative. He is setting up deputies all around the world because you can't, from our perspective, do this really effectively in Australia, just sitting in New York. And likewise, Europe gives us a great opportunity as well. So we have people here. We rely very extensively also on really critical external consultants. We've created a partnership with Schneider Electric, back to the comment about how do you measure. We've needed to bring them in to help us really assess where we are at and measure progress in terms of our energy consumption. And then finally, I think the most exciting opportunity for us at our scale is that we can partner with all of our portfolio companies so that each of them is working on sustainability in their own space-appropriate way. So, for example, we have apartment buildings, and in one case in New York, the properties at Stuytown were conducive to installing solar on the roofs, which has reduced our greenhouse gas emissions by about 17% since we started that project. We have a warehouse company. It's one of the largest owners of warehouses in America, called Link. They just released a target of carbon neutrality by 2025. And in that case, it's going to be a combination of those kind of energy efficient lighting systems. It's additionally working to install solar, and then over time thinking about how we try to access renewables through the grid. Those are examples where the buildings themselves are quite conducive to kind of moving in a green direction because of what we can do with renewable power and other programming. Other assets aren't so much that way, but we're working with each of our portfolio companies so they can say, if we're an office company or we're a hotel company, what can we be doing with our sustainability programs to reduce our impact on the planet? And that's where we have an opportunity for really extensive reach. But it takes people and it takes capital.
Yeah, I might add one thing here, which you have to recognize. It's not just at the cost. We believe that this is virtually impact investing. And I think that most people think of impact investing as working in deprived and underprivileged neighborhoods, affordable housing, things of that nature. It's not just where people live, number one. It's where they work, and it's what happens where they work. Number two, I think it's extremely important to recognize, I believe that in the next 5 to 7 years, you will see a lower multiple on exit, a higher cap rate on assets that are not healthy, that do not provide indoor environmental quality, and then are not energy efficient, because that will reflect a liability. So what we do right now is we future-proof our assets by the work we do. And let's recognize, yes, it is a big hill to climb, but you start at the bottom. All right, so you pick up the fruit that's lying on the ground, you grab the low-hanging fruit, and you move your way up the tree of opportunity. And you have to do it not in an ideological way. You have to do it in a fact-based way with modeling, implementation, monitoring, and verification, and continued recommissioning. And it works. It also creates jobs. and it creates local jobs. You can't export one of these jobs. And it is, as you mentioned, it's really customized to the use and the type of asset. It's really a wonderful thing to figure out and to see it work.
Well, Kathleen, what Tony is talking about really goes to how you look at environmentally friendly buildings in terms of investments. I mean, is it that you're looking for buildings that are already outfitted in a certain way to be efficient? Are you looking for buildings that aren't, that you could invest in, that then will have a higher return on investment at the outset if you decide to sell? Can you talk about some of the ways that you use these criteria?
Well, our job is to find the best real estate investment opportunities we can for our investors. And we do not have a screen that says we only buy it if it's already meeting certain green standards, or we only buy it if we have an opportunity to have the biggest possible impact in making it more green. We look at the best possible real estate assets, and then we bring our program, which, I love how Tony has framed that this isn't just a kind of a one day you check the box and you're done the work. You're at it every single day, all the time. And I think what we find in all of our investments is that where there's an opportunity for operational intervention, whether that's for typical and traditional real estate execution, or for now bringing our program in terms of sustainability, I think we're excited, and our teams are really happy to activate. One investment of ours that comes to mind is we own a very large resort in Hawaii. It's got a pool system that your children would love to come check out. But it's a big consumer. Sure. It consumes energy and it consumes a lot of water. And so one of our goals when we bought the asset was that we really wanted to set out to reduce water consumption. But it has been work every day. We invested $1 million to install green turf so we weren't irrigating the property, to fix leaks, to have better water systems. But we kept at it. And when the pandemic hit and occupancy went down and we expected to see all this water savings and we didn't, we said, okay, there's more work to do, sort of keep going. So again, we think there's going to be lots of opportunities at the assets we buy. As we went back to at the beginning, typically speaking, the general real estate stock we have available to invest in is probably not as energy efficient as we'd all like it to be, but we can take it there.
Tony, you were nodding, and I'm wondering if you want to add on to that, or to end with this idea of the biggest disconnect between some of those investments and the regulatory front, that we're sort of bringing together what's reality in terms of what you can measure and what you can invest, and what's sort of being aspired to on the regulatory front.
I'd just say on the regulatory front that it's extremely important that policy is informed by practice. Okay, we are very early in this journey. Most of the work that's been done to date has been directional in nature. Europe is very far ahead. The European Union has established, I think it's a $400 billion number within their budget for the retrofitting of existing buildings for energy efficiency. 90 to 95% of all the buildings that are going to be around in 2030, even 2035, are here already. So we need to work on the existing building stock, and we need to make this available in a way for everybody, not just high-profile projects. So the regulatory environment needs to be informed by practice. We have good practice. We develop new practice. It's part of what we're doing in version 2.0 of ESRT's work. And we need to communicate well with legislators, and legislators on state and local levels, as well as the federal, must be able to cooperate with us and take in our information. So we get away from the scavenger hunt from points of something like LEED. We get into data analysis, monitor, verify based on modeling, and we move up the tree of opportunity.
So ultimately, are you optimistic that we could reach this goal, just really quickly, of reducing emissions from buildings by 30% by 2050, or do you think it'll be sooner than that? Kathleen?
I think, sorry, go ahead, Doug. I think there's certainly
absolutely.
An opportunity.
That's a low target. That's a low target.
Yeah.
All right,
but I think I was just going to say that, but as Tony said, I think we need to make this also a very inclusive project, right? There have to be means and motivations for the entire community of real estate investors to contribute to this work.
Investors and users.
Thank you, both of you, Kathleen and Tony. I really, really appreciate your time. This is incredibly important, and what you're doing has a big impact on all of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa.
Francesco Starace, Chief Executive of Enel, thank you so much for joining us. Now, really, Enel is the first issuer, was the first issuer to tie some of its bond coupons to climate goals, and also converted some of its loans to tie your interest to similar ESG targets. So you were really at the forefront of this movement. How much more will we see the industry do these types of transactions in 2021?
I think you will see a lot of it. It's picking momentum, it's picking speed. It's not only going to be bonds, as it was at the very beginning, SDG-linked bonds. We see also loans. We see also potentially swaps. And we see a lot of all kind of commercial paper also linked to that. So, in fact, we published a framework to cover the whole array of financial instruments. And I see other companies are doing that. Every day there is an announcement. I think I also saw a sovereign state, Uruguay was the first to issue a SDG-linked bond for the country itself. So it's a big movement, picking speed.
But can I ask you why you were the first one? You were among the first ones, and actually why now it's really taking off? What's changed?
I think what's changed is that the amount of effort, the amount of capital that needs to be raised for this kind of transition cannot be managed only through a very narrow tool, which was the green bonds. I mean, green bonds were the first papers linked to some kind of sustainable content, and which was basically only renewable. And it was very cumbersome as a tool and not completely usable for many other purposes by companies that had nothing to do with it. So I think it's the appetite and the need. So on one side, the need of capital. On the other side, the fact that there is a lot of appetite for investors for this kind of instruments. And so the two things now meet. We were the first to issue SDG bonds, you're right. But I think it's just because we were early in this. I mean, it's... like always in these things, once you've invented something, you wonder why didn't you do it earlier than that? I mean, yeah.
What do you think changed actually in investor appetites? Does the pandemic play a role as people worry about their future more, and the future of the world?
Look, I think that it was already there before the pandemic, honestly. It was already picking up momentum before the pandemic. The question is, why is it so hot? I think there is something to do with perception of risk. The SDG, or the sustainability profile, is a way of de-risking your investment in the face of mounting perception of risk coming from the turbulence on the technology side. So your investors, you have this big technology thing that moves in directions that are really difficult to predict. So you try to cling to something, and sustainability is that something that gives you comfort. So there is a way of de-risking your investment, and that's sustainability, big time. On top of which, you can say there is also unethical content. But I would say the risk perception is really the big thing.
I know you've always been one of the great thinkers in really how to tackle climate change. So what is now, 2021, the correct way to cut global emissions?
I think there is a very clear indication to the fact that to decarbonize, you need to electrify. And that is because you can decarbonize electricity. So the more you electrify your energy consumption, the better you are, because electricity can be decarbonized, and that's a given. It's a fact. So as long as you put stuff into electricity and you're sure that this electricity is progressively decarbonized, you not only decarbonize the power segment, but you decarbonize whole industry and economic sectors. So the electrification of energy consumption is the most powerful way of decarbonizing. It will not go through the 100%. There will still be something missing at the end, but it is the shortest way to go right now. And we need to do that because there's no more time to lose.
But how would you invest then in clean energy right now? For example, what's the role of hydrogen, and what's the right way to look at it now?
Hydrogen is a very expensive material to have if you want to have it decarbonized. So the way to go is to push technology to reduce the cost of green hydrogen, the hydrogen produced by electrolysis, by half, basically, and that can be done. I think it is something that is within reach of the industry in the next 5 years. So if we get to this point, then the best way to go is to decarbonize the present use of hydrogen. What hydrogen we're producing today has an atrocious carbon footprint. It's the yearly emissions of the UK and Indonesia put together every year just for the hydrogen we all use today, our chemical industries and so forth. So first thing is take that hydrogen and decarbonize it by changing to electrolysis. Then after you've done that, you can start and use hydrogen to do other things that today require potentially hydrogen to be fully decarbonized. But if you forget that, you just kid yourself. You still have a lot of CO2 coming from the present use of hydrogen. So it's a big effort. Technology can help, and I think the world is really pushing in that direction. So I think for us it's great news because green hydrogen requires a lot of renewable energy, and I think it's great for us.
Francesco, how difficult is it, first of all, to modernize public and private buildings with smart energy, but also spread electric mobility?
I think electric mobility is a fact. It's a question just to ramp up production of cars and make them competitive, which is something that the industry will probably get to in the next couple of years. So it's there, it's done. It's not done, but you will see this picking up speed in ways that are not today completely understood. On the electricity side, I always say the boring part, the part of the charging stations, which is not as funny and sexy as a car, we are very active in putting down a lot of charging stations and privately owned or publicly owned, so that drivers of electric cars do not have this anxiety of being stranded somewhere with their car looking for a plug. But for us, this is a minor investment. It's certainly important, but in the context of our yearly investments, it's a tiny part, and it's not a difficult one. Just a question of doing it and getting ready when cars are finally rolling on the road. This will happen probably. You will see in 5 years. You and I, if we would talk again about this, but it will probably go. It's gone. We will talk about something else, but you will see that this is just normal life, and this will happen without major disruption in our daily life.
So what you're talking about, these charging, I mean, it's important to have critical mass quite quickly, right? Some of the questions, what are some of the questions that you're asking?
It's a chicken and egg story, because there is not a business case for public infrastructure if there are not enough cars around. And who buys a car if there is not a public infrastructure charging it? So who comes first? And if you look at it, it's our interest to have electric cars on the road, so we put down the charging stations. And we know cars are going to be there. So it's just a question of betting a little bit in order to have a lot of reward a little later, which is what the industry needs to do sometimes. It's nice to be safe and clear of danger, but sometimes you have to stick your neck out a little bit. And to put down infrastructure in order to have this electric transportation explosion is fundamental for the industry. I'm not talking only about cars. I'm talking about buses in all our cities. I'm talking about trucks, everything moving on wheels.
Is there a template on how to do it? I don't know whether you roll it out to a city and then see what works and what doesn't. And, in which part of the world is that city? How does it work?
It works out if you look at the country. You need to look at the country story. Who buys a car if he can only drive it in a certain area of the country where he lives? Typically, you buy a car and you think you will be driving it for miles and miles, which never happens, but it's in your mind. So you need to give the drivers certainty that they can drive 1,000 kilometers and have still charging station on the way. So you need to electrify the country in which you choose to be. And that's what we're doing in Italy. That's what we do in Spain, in Romania. We're now starting all the Latin American charging stations. If you want to drive your electric car from Tierra del Fuego, from the southern tip of Latin America to Los Angeles, you can do it today because we have electrified all the Pan American highway from the south to the north, which is crazy, but we did it just to demonstrate that things can be done.
But if there are too many, or if there are more of those electric cars, how much more difficult will it be for everyone to be able to charge it when they want?
You will have to put more and more chargers. It's very simple. So it's something that, distribution networks are good at doing that. I can tell you, an electric charger is like a large, medium-sized restaurant or a large bar or a large pub as far as the energy consumption is concerned. So are we concerned about how many restaurants or bars are going to be opened in the next couple of years? No, we just do that. It's normal life for us. So we'll put down as many chargers as needed. It's not a big deal.
Francesco, talk to me also about the Climate Finance Leadership Initiative, of which Enel is actually part. Now, it released a report on policies that emerging market governments should be looking at and should be considering to boost climate finance. What should be number one on their priority list?
I think for countries that want to attract investment from private sector, the key word is the risk the country perception, which comes in two ways. Set up legal and regulatory frameworks that people can understand and trust, which is not that difficult. If you look at it, there's lots of good practices that you can copy paste or try to adapt to your reality. And number two, have, at least at the very beginning of this process, some kind of an umbrella agreement with the World Bank or the IMF that will, let's say, serve as a door opener and encouragement for the first 2-3 cases on foreign investment. After that is done, the herd will follow and you're okay. So it's very simple. It's not that difficult. And there are good examples that show that this is possible. And then, of course, there's a lot of taxonomy, public-private partnership and stuff like that. But these are the really two big door openers. Legal and regulatory frameworks, understandable and people can trust. Some kind of, at the initial phase, some kind of an umbrella protection from the World Bank and the IMF that gives comfort to the first courageous investors, and that's it.
We were just talking about some of the recharging stations, but away from that, what are some of the other opportunities that you're seeing in terms of infrastructure for emerging markets specifically?
I think in the emerging markets, everything is needed. The fact is that population growth happens in emerging markets, and that population more growth happens in cities in emerging markets. We always think of emerging markets as rural places. They're not at all rural places, and they're increasingly metropolitan monsters places. So what happens in these large metropolitan areas of the emerging world shapes the emerging world. And what happens in the cities shapes climate more than we think. Cities today account for 70% of world energy demand and 78% of global emissions. That is all about cities. I know that seems strange, and I tell you, the word city doesn't do justice to what they are. They are metropolitan monsters. So the approach is how to make these cities livable, less impactful, more friendly for people, and more sustainable from an electricity standpoint and from an energy standpoint. That's our main concern. And that's really for us a big task, but also a huge potential opportunity. Because even if those cities are populated by people whose buying power today is low, our idea is that in the next 20 years, they will become extremely important customer locations. And that's where wealth is going to be created going forward. So it's great to be there, and it's tough to fix these problems, but it has incredible rewards going forward. And it's fundamental if you want to really do something for climate change.
What have you learned about the private-public partnerships actually in some of these places?
They can work, provided that both the public and the private tell the truth one to the other. What is the nature of your engagement is fundamental. And to do that, you need to understand each other and be open about what you try to achieve. I think it's fundamental. But other than that, it's working. If you're clear about what you want to do and you understand that the other guy is also clear about what he wants to do, it works, always.
Can you roll out capital market solution for emerging markets?
Yeah, I think emerging markets are, for example, an incredible source of opportunity for sustainable finance. looking for application and looking for cases where to invest. There is everything is there. It's not only about energy; it's about all kind of infrastructure, even consumer goods. I mean, it's everything is booming there. So, if you want to have a sustainable profile in emerging markets, you get a double whammy, because you get the hunger of customers that want to achieve and to have services that are today given here, but they're special there, and you get the benefit of getting credit because you do something in the sustainable direction. So it's a fantastic playground for sustainable finance application. It's amazing.
Francisco Starace from Enel, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, Francine. Thank you so much.
Hello and welcome to this Bloomberg Green interview with Frans Timmermans and me, Jessica Shankelman. Mr. Timmermans is a Dutch politician and a diplomat who's served in the European Commission since 2014. He's currently Executive Vice President for the Green Deal, which is a package of policies designed to deliver a climate-aligned recovery from the pandemic. Before I begin, we've conducted a poll on social media asking people about the impact of the pandemic on climate action. 45% of those who responded said the pandemic has accelerated climate action, but 55% disagreed. I want to start by asking you, Mr. Timmermans, how have you seen the debate around climate change shift since 2014?
Well, first of all, many expected once the pandemic hit that the European Green Deal would take sort of the back seat. Some even said, come back in 10 years' time when we've come out of this crisis. But interestingly enough, the Green Deal became Europe's recovery strategy to get out of the COVID crisis. And I see this now happening in other parts of the world as well. So at the end of the day, the pandemic has actually led to a speeding up of measures to take us into a sustainable future rather than slowing it down.
You say that, but then many parts of the world, they haven't seen any kind of green stimulus packages at all. And in the US, we're only just starting to see that under President Joe Biden. Why has the European Union been able to move so quickly on this? I mean, a year ago, the Green Deal was just a piece of paper.
Well, first of all, I think when I launched the idea of a Green Deal in the electoral campaign, we saw huge response to that idea. And also parties who didn't embrace that initially, such as the Conservatives, understood that this was something Europe had to deal with because Europeans wanted us to deal with it. So I think that's an important element in all of this. Secondly, over the last 20 years, we've shown that you can grow your economy. Europe's economy has grown with about 60% since then, and still reduce your emissions, because in the same time frame, the emissions decreased with more than 20%. So the basic understanding is that you can green your economy and still create growth is something we have some experience with in Europe. So I think these two elements combined led to the European Green Deal as a growth strategy, and not intending to sort of slow us down, but to give us the possibility to profit from what needs to happen anyway, which is humanity learning to live within planetary boundaries and using the opportunities the Industrial Revolution offers to a new and modern, circular, digitized economy.
I mean, it's one thing to install a few wind turbines and solar panels. Some of the areas that you're looking to tackle now are much more complicated. Can you take us through some of the areas of friction that are arising now, maybe perhaps in transport and agriculture, and how you plan to deal with those?
What we saw when we did our analysis of what needed to be done to get us to climate neutrality in 2050 and to get us to a reduction of at least 55% in 2030 is that there are three areas that are more complicated than others. One is the built environment. The other is everything pertaining to transport. And the third is agriculture. So we will have to have special attention on these three areas if we are to fulfill our pledge, which is now actually set in law to reach minus 55 in 2030. On the built environment, that means that we are also in the framework of the recovery plans, we are launching a renovation wave. Now, the built environment is reducing its energy consumption with about 1% a year. That's not enough. We need to double that to at least 2% a year. To do that, you need to invest. You need to use the money that is now being mobilized to come out of the crisis to invest in refurbishing our buildings, in installing solar power, in installing heat pumps, in bringing insulation, et cetera, and this is also a huge economic opportunity because it gets the economy going very quickly in buildings. And we also have a lot of small and medium-sized enterprises that could profit from this directly. So it leads to employment immediately as well. So that's the built environment, a huge task, but also an incredible opportunity. In transport, we will have to speed up our shift to zero-emission transport, which means more electric mobility, which means even stricter emission norms, which means installing charging infrastructure on European roads so that EVs can actually be used more freely, and which also means that we need to look at what we're doing in aviation and in shipping. So that's a huge task in the years to come. On agriculture, we have a double challenge because there it's not just about the climate crisis, it's also about the biodiversity crisis. The threat of ecocide is imminent. We could lose 1 million species. And biodiversity is directly threatened by our use of pesticides in agriculture, by our use of fertilizers, overuse of fertilizers. So we need to change that. We need to move towards a more ecological agriculture. And that's also a very difficult shift. All this combined is a tectonic change. We're not talking about some changes in the margins. We're actually talking about reshaping our society and reshaping our economy and changing the way we behave as citizens.
There's so much I want to unpick there, but I'm going to start with what I just heard you talk there about ecocide. Now, I remember 10 years ago, campaigners calling for ecocide to be a crime in the same way that genocide is. Do you think that there could be a time when companies could be charged for ecocide, where we could see ecocide appearing in courts?
Well, I think if you are serious about humanity having to live within planetary boundaries, we need to get serious about stopping the loss of biodiversity. And already the word biodiversity to many people is a bit strange or a bit uncommon. We need to create the same sense of urgency in our society that we already have on the climate crisis for the biodiversity crisis. Then I'm sure our citizens will push our private sector, our big companies in the right direction. Now, having said that, if it doesn't happen, I think we should take a more stricter legal action, for instance, in the European Union when companies don't comply with already existing environmental laws. I think it is highly, highly urgent that we take that more seriously at the European level, but especially also at the national level.
And on transport, there's a number of European countries, including France, that are banning the sale of new internal combustion engines from mid-2030s. Do you see that becoming a European Union-wide law, or do you think it should be left up to individual countries?
Well, our approach is different. Our approach is to increase the emission norms, thus stimulating the automotive industry to move towards zero-emission transport means, which is, for cars, is probably all going to be electric, and stimulating them by providing them with the necessary physical infrastructure, which is the charging network and the underlying generation of sustainable energy. That's what we should be doing. I know that a number of member states want to ban cars at a certain point in time. That's not the approach of the European Commission. And by the way, I think developments are going so fast in this area. If I were to go back with a time machine 2 years and would tell people where we are now, they probably wouldn't believe it. Certainly the automotive industry wouldn't believe me, but they've seen the light. They have changed, all of them, and understand that that sort of playing around with the internal combustion engine is not going to solve the problem. They really need to make the shift towards electric mobility and perhaps fuel cells driven by hydrogen. And I think this is happening much faster than many had anticipated. So we have to be careful on the government side that we don't create sort of a barrier by not providing the right infrastructure for our citizens to be able to just afford electric mobility or even be able to move around adequately with electric mobility.
I understand. One of the European Union's key tools in the fight against climate change is the emissions trading system, which you're looking at expanding under the Green Deal. Do you think that there could come a point where, for example, drivers or homeowners are on the hook for buying permits?
Well, we're looking into that. We're looking into the possibility to expand the ETS also to the built environment and to transport. But I want to add that we need to make sure that the tax shift is not just about taxing emissions more. It's also about making sure that this burden is shared in an equitable way across society. Because one of the biggest threats to the European Green Deal is that the effects of our measures would be too harsh on people who have very little money to spend. And you need to correct that. If energy poverty is a direct threat to the European Green Deal. Rise in food prices, if it is not compensated by a tax shift, could be a direct threat to the European Green Deal. We should not give those people who want to undermine the Green Deal the ammunition, letting them say that this is socially unjust. We have to make sure that the Green Deal is socially just. I think this is the issue of redistribution in our society is going to be the decisive issue of the next generation. And politics is all about redistribution. What else? And redistribution in a society, global society, that needs to learn to live within planetary boundaries is one of the most complicated questions we have ever been faced with in the existence of humanity.
The question of a just transition has really come to the fore in the last year during the pandemic because people have been seeing just how unequal society is. Why is it that in the European Union, just transition only really applies to fossil fuels? Why doesn't it apply to things like agriculture as well?
Well, it does. It does apply to agriculture. If you see the reforms of the Common Agriculture Policy, they are. I grant you, it should have been more, but they are in the direction of making sure that we provide for decent income for families who work in agriculture. And I think that there's a bigger question here as well. I think this is also the ideology that was started in the 1980s, driven by Thatcher and Reagan, has just completely run out of steam. The idea that trickle-down economics works, I mean, who still believes that? The idea that by offering tax relief to the wealthiest people, you can get everybody to live better lives, who still believes that? I think there is sort of a reappraisal of the issue of redistribution, and it comes at a time that we are faced with a climate crisis, but it's also a reappraisal of what is important in society and whether this idea that you can leave everything up to the market is still valid 100%, and especially the idea that by offering tax relief to the wealthiest people, you serve society as a whole. I think that's been proven wrong.
On taxation, another tool that the EU is looking at is this idea of carbon border adjustments. The UK has also been talking about it, and it's expected to feature in the G7 talks later this year. How feasible is it? Can you really see a future world where countries that are high polluting face taxes for countries that are low emissions for importing their goods?
That's going to happen. I mean, if you say you're on board to comply with the Paris Agreement. You have to take the measures. It's not just a political declaration. You have to take the measures to get there. You have to reduce your emissions. The European Union is going to do this. Other major players, industrialized nations, will do the same. If we all move in the same direction, carbon border adjustment is not necessary. But if there is a risk of carbon leakage, that is distorting competition because others don't have to comply with stricter norms, or even companies leaving Europe to places where they don't have to abide by those norms, then I think we're absolutely justified to protect ourselves against that. And I'm absolutely sure this is in conformity with WTO rules. I also believe that working on the mechanism, showing that it can work without having yet implemented it, could have a preemptive effect on those nations who are still pondering whether they should also move swiftly in the direction of decarbonizing their economies. It could help them, convince them to do the same, because if they do the same, we don't have to apply a carbon border adjustment mechanism.
I want to turn to a question of climate diplomacy. Obviously, there was a big summit last week at the White House. After 4 years of the US backtracking on climate change, they now seem to be back at the table. But some of the comments from leaders last week were quite skeptical. How confident is the European Union that the US is firmly back at the table and can deliver on the pledges that it's promising?
Well, I think they are back at the table firmly. I think the commitment is genuine. It's a tall order for them because, as I said earlier, we've been reducing our emissions for the last 20 years. They saw an increase of emissions until 2019. So it's a tall order for them. But at the same time, at state level, city level, corporate America, they've already moved in that direction, even though you'd get a different impression if you just listened to the Trump administration. So they're not starting from scratch. And I think the commitment is genuine and strong. I had another phone call with John Kerry last night, and it's clear to me that this is really, really a top priority for the Biden administration. And I'm really looking forward to working together with them. Together, I think we can also push China to go beyond what has been announced and to be very concrete also in its 5-year plans on, for instance, reducing and stopping the investments in coal-fired power generation. And peaking out their coal emissions in a couple of years' time. I think we can move ahead with that. And we see other countries also moving quite swiftly. Japan, Korea, Canada, South Africa. So there is a momentum growing internationally that might get us to net zero by the middle of the century or a little bit later. And I think the sense of urgency will only increase because across the world, citizens see what the horrible effects already are of the climate crisis as it is now, with 1 degree of increase of temperature, let alone what could happen if you have 2 or 3 or 4 degrees.
And I want to ask you as well about China. The European Union has raised concerns about human rights abuses in Xinjiang. And we've reported at Bloomberg Green that most of this polysilicon that goes into solar panels has origins in Xinjiang. Is this a concern of the European Union? Is there anything that you can do about it?
Well, there's 2 questions. Is it a concern? Absolutely. Is there something we can do about it? I think we can if we act with our partners and allies globally. And I think this always has to be a subject in our discussions with China. It has to be clear that the values we hold dear for ourselves and for Europeans are also part of how we want to negotiate with outside partners. And of course, this is not always easy. Of course, this is tough. Hey, I started in diplomacy during the Cold War, so I know everything about tough negotiations. But one thing I know for sure if you're not clear about this, if you're weak about this, nobody will respect you. Nobody in China, nobody elsewhere. If you believe in your values, and if you don't want your own citizens to lose their belief in your values, you have to also project those values in your international relations. And of course, this will lead to tensions with China, but that's part of where we are internationally. The good news is that the United States, China, the European Union, and all other major players are all committed now to finding solutions in multilateral negotiations. The US coming back to multilateralism is a game changer, and it will help us convince China to improve the human rights situation. Although, you know, you have to be brutally honest about the fact that it's a world power, and you can't just push a button and make them change.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Timmermans. Really appreciate your time.
My
I want to thank the audience for watching. Thanks very much. Bye.
Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you so much, and welcome to those of you who are joining us. Over the past day and a half, we've heard from national and corporate leaders about how they're setting a pathway for net zero emissions. Today, I'm thrilled to speak with three incredible local climate leaders who are already showing what's possible and transforming their cities to be cleaner, greener, and more resilient. First, we have Mayor Kate Gallego from Phoenix, Arizona, who ran for mayor on a climate agenda and has set the goal of making Phoenix the most sustainable desert city on the planet. Next, we have Mayor Vi Lyles from Charlotte, North Carolina, who's not only pushing a climate agenda at home, but is co-chair of America's All In, a coalition of 1,800 local governments, corporations, companies, institutions in the U.S. working to cut emissions in half by 2030. And I'll note that just after this panel, she'll be taking part in an event with officials from the Biden-Harris administration to discuss how cities will help meet President Biden's new climate goal. Finally, we're joined by Deputy Mayor Celia Blauel from Paris, who is in charge of ecological transitions, climate, environment, water, and the Sienne in Paris, which is quite a lot to handle on her plate. Her mayor and the tremendous work that they're doing on climate was featured last week in the White House Climate Summit. Thank you all for joining us today. So, Mayor Lyles, I wanted to start with you. Last week, President Biden set an ambitious new goal to cut emissions by more than 50% by 2030 in the U.S. Why is this important for cities like Charlotte, and how critical are cities in meeting this target?
You know, first I want to say thank you. I'm really delighted to be joined by the Deputy Mayor and the Mayor of Phoenix and the Deputy Mayor of Paris in having this discussion. As leaders in our own entities, it is very important to be joined by the federal government. You know, in the states anyway, we spend a lot of money and send a lot of money to Washington, D.C. And to have support that's financial as well as policy-based is essential to an urban community like Charlotte, like Phoenix's success in trying to deal with climate change. In 2018, the city of Charlotte adopted the same goals that the federal government has just adopted. So what we now have is a stronger partnership with our federal government, particularly the actions that they're taking about infrastructure. And one of the reasons I say that is because we know that in order to reduce the carbon footprint that we have to change some of the ways that we deal with infrastructure. So the digital divide is very important. The idea of mass transit is important. The ability to connect communities with fast rail, all of those things are important. So the idea of the Biden administration is that we're celebrating and actually commend this administration for the effort that they've taken to actually say that we have a goal, that's a 2030 goal, and to actually put the will of the federal government and the president behind it is exceptional right now.
And, you know, we've seen new targets being made by national governments and as we lead up to COP26 in Glasgow. But cities, as we've mentioned, have actually been doing the work. What type of changes are taking place in Charlotte? What have you been championing in your time as mayor?
In the time that I have had the opportunity to shape what we're doing, one of the very first things is to shape the communication and the engagement of our residents, and that we want people to understand how important it is to actually address issues like clean air, asthma, the diseases that are come as a result of having air that we can't have our kids breathe. We have to do this. The virus has given us a moment to really look at disparity differently. And part of this is about climate change and the disparities that are a result of past actions that we can now begin to address. And in Charlotte specifically, we have put together a 2040 mobility plan that's not just about the idea of how do we build roads, but ideas about how do we move people around the city between home and work. So our mobility plan includes bike lanes, it includes sidewalks, it includes trails, but more importantly, it includes the rail mass transit that we need in a southern city to connect people to work and to jobs in a way that makes our quality of life better and our climate change goals more attainable. The other idea is that when you do this kind of work, you create jobs for the future, because the jobs that we have now that are traditional manufacturing and farming and those kinds of jobs are not going to exist and when we think about the year 2040. So we're planning for the digital connections that are necessary for people to be gainfully employed. Again, I keep it simple, that people ought to have a decent place to live, a job that allows them to make enough money for the lifestyle that they want. And the government's responsibility is to give them an environment that's safe and healthy. And that's what climate change is about, making it safe and healthy for people to have quality of life. And that's our commitment with our mobility plan, our infrastructure plan to support that, and our goals for a really livable city.
Well, I can see why you're speaking at the summit later today in really an eloquent way of simplifying the importance of all the work that we're doing. Mayor Gallego, want to turn to you because Phoenix is literally and figuratively the hottest city in the U.S. It is the fastest growth rate in the country. And last year you had 144 days with triple-digit temperatures. Again, while many leaders are talking about averting the future impacts of climate change is here and now in Phoenix, and you're feeling the extreme impacts of that today. What's happening in Phoenix, and what steps are you taking to protect your residents?
Thank you. Climate change is a big part of why I decided to run for office. I have an environmental undergraduate degree, and my early involvement with the city was doing our first climate action plan about a decade ago. This was before running for office. So I think it's meaningful that the mayor of the fifth largest of the city in the country in the U.S. comes from that type of a background. It shows that people in Phoenix are taking this very seriously and want to move forward. And we have had such strong support from our voters in doing so. They recently passed what was at the time the largest transit and transportation plan for any city government in the country. We've also had a huge commitment to open space, and Phoenix has more acres of parks than any other city in the United States. So if you need to plan a post-COVID vacation, we'd invite you to check out those parks. But it's a huge financial commitment. Both of those are funded with sales tax that the voters put on themselves. As mayor, it makes our jobs much easier when our voters are with us in moving forward in these areas. And we hope to continue to do so. We believe that a lot of the innovative solutions to addressing climate change will come out of the city of Phoenix. We have a great cluster of companies that do building solutions, whether it be integrating solar in rooftops in a way that might make an interior designer a little bit happier than the current models, to better types of insulation and building materials. You can get walls in Phoenix that are made with recycled blue jeans and are very, very environmentally friendly, but also effective in keeping the appropriate amount of air conditioning, in our case, in the building. And it's been interesting how climate change has impacted us in the city of Phoenix. You've focused on the heat, but we've also had some very extreme weather events. Before serving as mayor, I was on the city council, and my rookie year was pretty rough as a city councilwoman. We had multiple 100-year flood events. We had people whose houses were flooded. They had to move out, tear out the carpeting and walls, move back in, only to be flooded again. One of my most heartbreaking moments my first year was visiting a family who had had a newborn in between floods. And the mother said to me, I don't know what type of mother I am. I've never had a safe place to bring my baby home to. Those are the heartbreaking moments of why climate change is important, and we're only going to see more of them if we don't do this. I'm a relatively new mom myself, and I found bringing my baby home stressful without any flooding. So just imagine what we're doing to folks who are so deeply impacted by climate change. I think that creates the political will to find solutions.
And we've had a lot of focus over the past day and a half on federal government. Obviously, in the U.S., state governments are really important, and cities can do a lot, but a lot of the money and the powers still resides at the state level. How does that translate into action or obstacles to action in a place like Phoenix? And how do you work with your state partners to accelerate your goals?
Well, I would say Mayor Lyles and I are part of organizations that have been sending a strong message. We need the federal government to work directly with cities. We're innovative laboratories of solutions here, and if we have direct resources, we can do more. For example, Phoenix is very interested in the circular economy, taking things that used to be landfilled and turning them into resources for the future. We have a cool partnership with Keurig, the folks who make pods for your coffee makers, to turn those into new products, and a different one with Renewology to take plastics that used to be hard to recycle and turn them into profit-making enterprises. That's the kind of thing we would do at the local government, not at the state level. But we also need state and federal. A lot of research says for electric vehicle adoption to really take off, we need a federal system where people feel like wherever they go, they're going to have access to charging. It's the same thing with the electric grid. Phoenix is connected to many other states, and Arizona is connected to many other states. We are lucky to be #1 in terms of solar installed on city facilities, but we're a stronger grid if our solar is connected to the wind in California and we can have more diverse resources. The federal government needs to lead in that area with support from cities and states. It's an all hands on deck problem.
America has to be all in, not to steal the thunder from later today's event. Deputy Mayor Blau, I feel like every week Paris makes another landmark climate announcement. We had the pleasure of working with you for a number of years in my role at Bloomberg Associates. Since being elected, among other things, Mayor Hidalgo has created 870 miles of bike lanes, transformed the Seine into a pedestrian park, which is one of my favorite urban spaces on the planet, retrofitted 50,000 buildings, banned diesel cars in the city by 2024, pledged to remove half of the city's on-street parking spots. You're transforming schoolyards into urban oases to combat heat waves, and champion the concept of the 15-minute city, which we've heard a lot about as more and more cities are looking at that. And I think as people are in lockdown and recognizing what was and wasn't in their community. How has the pandemic impacted your climate work in Paris? Has it slowed things down for you as you had to shift to the public health emergency?
Well, first, let me say my pleasure to be in the same panel that two powerful and inspiring women like these two mayors. And actually, to answer your question, the pandemic was a quite interesting moment because for some people, it was a question like, shall we stop now? Because economic and health is so important. But for the mayor and the team, actually, the question was not a question, because for us, it was definitely a confirmation that the implementation of the climate policies and the resilience of our territories and actually future were the same, two faces of the same coins. I mean, as the mayor says, implementing climate change policies in our cities is about thinking today, improving the situation and the life of the population in our cities, but also thinking about tomorrow, what kind of heritage and things and what planet are we going to leave to our kids. And what Mayor Phoenix said is like a big echo for me, being also a new mom. You cannot think being so much involved the policies without thinking today and tomorrow. This is like part of what is like in our political will and engagement. So what it was for us, it was definitely a momentum to accelerate. For us, Paris climate change policies is about mitigation, adaptation, looking what you said about all the fields of life. But it was definitely an acceleration, especially in two fields. The mobility plan first, because after the end of the first lockdown, last year, we were a bit afraid that people would feel more insecurity and comfortable in going back in their individual cars. So what we did is that we accelerated the bike lanes, the corona lanes, as we call them. And it was not temporary, but definitely final evolution of the cities with the closing of really emblematic streets like the Rivoli streets. And another thing that we also accelerate, is the food plan. We're working for 1 decade on having more local, organic food, and actually that link we have with local farmers were a strength during the pandemic, because we had some family with the closing of the open local market that couldn't have affordable food anymore. So that was like a strength. So we're working even more on having that more local food, and actually again having organic local food is also working about more equity and building a new local economy, and that's all part of what is guiding us in the climate policies.
I love how your focus on food and healthy, affordable food tied you into a regional approach to the climate work and to the public health and equity work. It's such an important thing to think about at the different scale. Now, your national government has also taken climate change more aggressively than others. Last week, they proposed ending domestic flights that can be serviced by rail in under 2.5 hours. How helpful is it to have the national government in the larger EU structure supporting climate efforts in Paris and other cities?
Well, this is a call for us for national involvement for years now. Happy that they join us, even if local authorities feel like this is not enough right now. We're quite happy to see the EU taking on board, even if it's not that easy to make more than 25 countries try to define common goals and common action. But the Green Recovery Plan of the EU is interesting. In my mind, the French national government is not enough right now. So we're pushing, because as I guess we're convinced that we have now to have like the local, national, subnational planet going together, because we have 10 years to go that we have to make the change. So not enough, but definitely necessary, because local authorities have done a lot these last years, and we cannot be on the front line on everything on our own, I guess.
Now, Mary Gallego, you've made economic growth and the circular economy a centerpiece of the work that you're doing in Phoenix. Economic growth and climate change are often held up as two competing issues where you need to choose one or the other. You're clearly charting a way that demonstrates that to be false. What is the role of the private sector, and how have you been engaging them? You mentioned some of the companies that you've been talking with and working with. How do you see them helping you meet your goals, and what do you need from them as a city leader?
We've had wonderful partnerships with our private sector and also our university partners in philanthropy. The Ellen MacArthur Foundation has been right there with us. Some of our private sector partnerships include Republic Services, which has worked, they manage the processing facilities for our recycling program. And so we think strategically about what we might be able to divert, what we might be able to provide as feedstock to cool businesses of the future. And it's been neat, as we've said this is a priority for us, so many innovative companies have come out and said, we want to partner with Phoenix. Even when I'm invited to speak with particularly European countries, they are looking for places to locate their circular economy posts in the United States and have found that Phoenix might be a partner. So I love that it's becoming part of our economic development strategy, even at the international level. But it's also at the local level. We've had folks come to us and say, we can take your asphalt and recycle it. And that's saved us a lot of money as a city. We're also quite a large city, so we do have a lot of streets. We're more than 500 square miles, so real money that we can put back into programs, which has been wonderful. We did a waste characterization study, so looked at what we were landfilling and found that about 40% of that material could go into composting. So then we were able to take that knowledge and create a facility to process that compost. And now we, instead of having to pay to landfill, we have an economically useful product that prevents us from what was originally trucking in that mulch and soil. And so it's been a win for our city streets, taken more vehicles off and created more economic opportunity for us, helped us diversify our economy.
Now, Mayor Lyles, the past year has not only brought an increased focus on climate in the U.S., but also on racial justice and equity. How have these issues overlapped in Charlotte, and can solving for one help advance the other?
When we think about equity and inclusion and the racial issues that racial justice issues we've got to look at, we've got to examine our past. And our past is grounded in systemic laws and regulations that actually intentionally excluded everyone from participating in governmental decisions. So everyone, if you live in our community, you know that the highway came through your town because you had no voice, or your neighborhood because you had no voice. That plants and industrial zoning occurred because you had no voice in the neighborhoods that you live in. And what we've had to change is in completely understanding that this isn't something that just happened. It was something that was planned and very intentional. And so we have to be just as intentional about moving forward to make those changes. So one of the areas and programs that we have really focused on is the idea that many of the communities and people living in those communities haven't had the opportunity to participate in economic mobility, upward mobility particularly. So we've created a program called Renew, which is a plan for the jobs of the future that are around climate change. I'm so glad to hear all of the work being done in Paris on the circular economy, the way Phoenix is addressing how to use new materials and all of that. So what we're trying to do is determine what are those new opportunities and provide opportunities for people to participate in job training programs. We have partnered with the National Urban League chapter here in Charlotte to create those jobs that they can work in where we can see things. So imagine Charlotte's bus fleet becoming electric. Imagine how we will begin to work with the idea of how do we get people trained in battery maintenance. Electric cars are coming very quickly. How do people get trained in maintenance of an electric car or an electric vehicle? We are working with two of our partners, for example, Duke Energy, who is our local utility provider here. We've entered into an agreement with them because they have some of the same goals that we have. But what do they need in terms of employment? So doing a workforce development plan that's connected to our plan for climate change and finding out where the jobs are going to be here for the future that we can get people prepared to take on now, and be very, very specific. And that the goal is to give people the opportunity to have a voice, have that job, that have never had the ability to have that voice before. Systemic change is what we have to do. We have to change the way that we view things and actually incorporate intentionality around racial justice and equity.
Yeah, when you talk about kind of the historic and institutionalized racism, I think redlining is one of the most egregious, invisible ones. And you can actually see the impacts from space, where redline communities are hotter than communities that weren't, because they don't have as many trees, the impacts of heat waves and other infrastructure there. Charlotte has spent a lot of time and political will and funding on housing. How does housing come into play in trying to address both the climate crisis and the history of racism in the U.S.?
You know, all of us have been following the trends that we have in building materials. I don't know that we're there yet, but we want to be prepared and ready to be there when those materials allow for us to create places that we can build in terms of housing that is more sustainable, the opportunity to create less dependence on electricity and gas and all of that. But we've also taken a specific focus around the idea that when we are working on a comprehensive land use plan, that actually looks at where do we have those areas where industrial properties are existing and how do we change that into innovation. So I'll give you an example. We have just had the arrival of the announcement of Arrival, which is a British-based global electric company. And we asked them specifically to place their factory where they're going to be building 10,000 electrical vehicles annually. Delivery vans, and we've asked them to locate that factory in a neighborhood that lacked the opportunity for people to have jobs. That is the kind of intentional effort that we're taking to connect the opportunity for how we get building materials, people in decent jobs, and how do we allow people to have a place to live and work. It's just very simple. Again, I say this over and over, a place to live and a place to work that's sustainable and is non-burdened and carries us through the lens of inclusion and diversity.
Deputy Mayor Blau, anyone who reads the headlines in Paris knows that you have not been able to achieve all the success without opposition and without significant pushback, particularly as you're looking at removing parking spaces or opening it up for other uses than just cars. How do you stay the course when you face that public pushback?
Well, it was really definitely not easy at the beginning of the mayor being into office, like in 2014. But I think that's a global question that we have with all the climate change transformation we make in our cities and that the mayors addressed. If we want to meet the goals of climate change, whatever, we cannot do it if it's only the action, even it's a great action that we're doing as mayors or deputy mayors, but we have to get the people on board with us. So that's a question we try to address a lot these last years, is how we can convince, how we make people being part of this dynamic. It's a lot about what you were saying, having a voice, having that climate democracy, that people, can enter that dynamic and are convinced with us and jump into it, because it's still a challenge to tell people climate change is the issue, is the 21st century issue. It's the opportunity for us to set the path to a more sustainable, but also a more equal society. So we are building places to discuss, debate. It's not easy, but I think ecological transformation is also about democratic transformation. That's what we're dealing with right now.
Now, we've talked a lot about the things that you're requiring to be done. I wonder if any of the cities have incentives. How are you partnering? And Mayor Gallego, you talked about the partnerships you have. How are you incentivizing businesses to adopt different behaviors? Maybe we'll go to Phoenix first on that.
We hope to be a laboratory can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Of innovative technology. The table stakes, the first thing cities have to do is make sure that we have building codes and enforcement that allow innovation. Just because something hasn't been done before doesn't mean it's not a great idea, and we've been putting a lot of emphasis in that area. There's obviously direct subsidies, and the city has helped people get more efficient air conditioners and other appliances. We also want to make sure in areas like electric vehicles, again, that you feel the confidence you can go where you need to go and have the ability to charge it, even though most people do charge at home or at their work. We can provide information, like, for example, the city did a green building competition for a net zero building, and then we put the plans out publicly available to our private sector saying, here's a roadmap, we'll make it free and available to be a little bit easier for you. So we hope to be a good partner in making it simple to do these innovative investments.
And Mayor Lyles, I know that you've said that the federal government needs to look to cities as the laboratory for policy and innovation, and testified before the House Appropriations Committee calling for more partnerships. So I think a lot of innovation clearly happening in the cities on this panel, cities around the world. So I want to thank you all for joining us today in a very busy day and a very busy time. I hope you all stay safe, and want to thank those of you who joined us for the panel through the streaming service. Thank you.
We're in a race against time on climate change, and we have to start moving faster right now.
I think everybody now understands that urgent action is needed. We have to limit the increase of temperature to 1.5 degrees. And to do that, we have to act now, and we have to act at all levels of government.
This world is at a critical point, a point where people have waited 30 years trying to address climate change.
There is a new momentum that has come. We have what I would call the beginning of civil disobedience on climate change. That historically has always been a very important component of any major political change, and hence it is very welcome.
To overcome the current climate crisis, we need to make changes starting now.
Mayors and local leaders understand that because they see the effects of climate change firsthand.
Cities is where it happens, where the crisis strikes first, but also where the solutions are found first.
It is the momentum to act now, at the global level, at the national level, and at the local level.
Young people are standing up, so we really notice there's a lot of changes, and you have to really bring pressure to those who are not accepting that if you're not going this direction, we can't save the world.
Hi, everybody. This is a live recording of A Matter of Degrees, a podcast that tells stories for the climate curious. I'm Dr. Leah Stokes.
And I'm Dr. Catherine Wilkinson, and this is a special live episode of our show. It's actually the first one we've ever done for A Matter of Degrees.
And today we're going to talk about climate change like the global crisis that it is and what's being done on the international negotiations front to try to save us from the worst impacts of this terrible crisis.
We're extremely fortunate and excited to have Mary Robinson with us today. Mary is the former president of Ireland, and she served as the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights. She's now the chair of the elders, and she's dedicated very much of her career to solving the climate crisis with justice at the center. I adore Mary. I've learned so much from her, and I'm so excited for her to share some of her expertise and wisdom with all of us today. Mary, thank you so much for taking the time.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
So we're going to talk today about the road to COP26. But we want to make sure everybody's on the same page of a basic understanding of what the COP even is. There have been 25 of them so far. Mary, would you just give us a little bit of a kind of 101? What is COP? How does it work? And in particular, what is an NDC?
Well, briefly, the UN always makes things complicated because it's a very large organization. And at the Rio summit in 1992, the framework agreement, the Convention on Climate Change, decided to have an annual year where parties would commit to address the problem of climate change and reduce emissions. And they decided that the countries most responsible, the industrialized countries, should do more. And over time, they developed a Kyoto Protocol with some legal targets. But before the Paris Agreement, they changed that a bit and said every country has to decide to commit to do more, both to reduce emissions and to work on adaptation to climate change. So even the smallest countries that don't have large emission things, they also joined in. And that's what we call the nationally determined contributions, because they're actually determined by the countries themselves. And that makes it more difficult to get real ambition, because countries tend to only want to do what they can comfortably get away with. And so it's really important that we have pressure from civil society and pressure from developing countries who are the most affected and who are in the front line, and indigenous peoples who are in the front line, urging that we don't have much time and it's very urgent.
You mentioned developing countries and the Paris Agreement. And before we look forward to the November negotiations in Glasgow, I think it's worth looking back at Paris. And you were very involved, Mary, in the Paris Agreement. And developing countries played a really critical role in
the targets that were set in Paris. Would you just brief us on that history before we start to look forward?
I will, Catherine, because I think it's really important that we understand how much we owe to the moral voice and the urgency of the small island states, of the poorest countries, of indigenous peoples worldwide, and of civil society worldwide. I was the special envoy of the Secretary General before Paris on climate change. So I was a close witness to all of this. And I saw in meetings before Paris how Tony de Bruyn, the foreign minister of the Marshall Islands, tiny atolls off the Pacific, used his moral voice to tell other head ministers from the United States, from Europe, do you want my country to go under? Do you want us not to have any future? This is really urgent. It's affecting us now. We need 1.5 degrees to be put into the goal in Paris. And in the negotiations in Paris itself, a high ambition coalition was formed. It included Europe and the United States, but it was actually led by the Marshall Islands. And another example of real moral force. And it was how we got the new goal in Paris, that we would stay well below 2 degrees and work for 1.5 degrees. The problem was the scientists globally had never studied this. And they didn't know what the difference was between a world of 2 degrees of warming and a world of 1.5 degrees. So the Paris Agreement asked them to study this, and they came out with this most important report in October 2018, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which is the global scientists. And they actually said, now that we've studied it, we know that there is a huge difference between 2 degrees of warming and 1.5 degrees. Quite bad things could happen in that period. The Arctic ice might disappear, the coral reefs might disappear, and the permafrost, and there's a lot of permafrost around the Arctic, could melt and throw up not just carbon, but also methane, which in the short term is even more dangerous than carbon. So they said quite seriously and very sharply that the whole world needs to stay at 1.5 degrees. And that has increased the urgency enormously, because they said we have to reduce by 45% our carbon emissions by 2030. So now with COP26 in Glasgow, the whole focus is on 2030 and how countries will have the ambition to make sure we'll have a safe world for the future for our children and grandchildren.
That's really helpful history, Mary. I feel, and it's recent history. It's not like it's very old. And it really helps all of us understand where we're at, right? When we're talking about these nationally determined contributions, the NDCs, to the Paris Agreement, what we've just seen, and I'd love to get your views on it, is that a lot of countries are lining up with that IPCC report, right? They're saying if the IPCC says we got to cut 45% to limit warming to 1.5 degrees, well, hey, that's the kind of ambition we need to be seeing globally. And so I'm sure you watched, given how excited you are about climate like we are, the virtual summit that was held last week, including on Earth Day, by President Biden, where he invited world leaders to come via the internet during the pandemic to the United States to talk about their plans on climate change. And what's your take about how things went down at that big summit last week?
It was a very important summit, in particular because it was important to prove that the United States was back in a leadership position. President Obama and President Xi of China had kind of pressed each other, a kind of peer pressure of each other before the Paris Agreement. And that was also important, as well as the work of developing countries. So it was really important that President Biden convened over 40 countries to come together, and corporations and others, in order to commit to more ambition leading up to the conference in Glasgow in November. And the United States committed, for example, to reducing its emissions by 50 to 52% on 2005 degree levels. This is quite technical, but let me put it this way. Before that, it had been 26%. Following the US example, if you like, Japan cut by 46 to 50% by 2030, and that's up from 30%. Canada went to 40 to 45%, up from 30%. And they also increased climate finance. In particular, President Biden said they would double climate finance. That is extremely important because that's the other side, to help developing countries to be able to adapt to the climate shocks. Because the injustice of climate change is that the poorest countries and communities and small island states and indigenous peoples are affected disproportionately and are not responsible. So you also need the climate finance to fund adaptation. And both of those were helped by this recent Earth Day summit of the Biden-Harris administration. So that's very welcome because the Trump years were very bleak for those of us who know how urgent the climate issue is.
Yeah, and for those of us living in the United States, they were tough years, right? But it's funny, early in the Trump administration, somebody interviewed me and they said, what do you think the Trump administration will be for on climate? And of course, it was terrible, and I thought that. But I said, Trump is for 4 years, climate change is forever. And we've got to keep our eye on that longer term prize. There will be times when there are leaders in some countries who are not going to lead. And then we got to think globally, how do we keep making progress? So I really agree with your take on the last week's meeting, the 50% target from the Biden administration, which hopefully will be implemented through the American Jobs Plan passing Congress. That's super exciting. And so, this is all kind of on the road to another COP, another big global meeting. They just keep happening in a good way. And so looking ahead to November, if you had a magic wand, all right, we are endowing you with the power of magic. What would be the best outcome that you could sort of hope for at this meeting? And what do you think it would take to reach that outcome? And what are some of the barriers to getting there?
We do need much more ambition, frankly. This was a good step. We need far more climate finance. So my wish, if I could have that magic wand, would be that all countries would commit to what's called a long-term goal. They would commit to be net zero emissions by 2050, and then work backwards to 2030, and then backwards from 2030 to 2025, 2023 to now, to say exactly what they would do in terms of reducing emissions, in terms of climate finance from the countries that built their economies on fossil fuel and benefited from that, and must help now the developing countries not to go that route, but to adapt also to the shocks of climate change. And also nature-based solutions. We have another framework this year in China, in Kunming, the UN conference on biodiversity. And we want to protect 30% of the land and 30% of the oceans in order to restore biodiversity. So I have an image of a world that will be so much better by 2030. I love that world that we must be hurrying towards because it will be much healthier. It will be greener. Cities will be a joy to be in. The countryside will be a joy to be in because we will be valuing rewilding, valuing biodiversity. The jobs will be different jobs, and there'll be jobs available. As we're learning through COVID, working from home can be working from different places because of the digital age. It will be accelerated in the time of no fossil fuel and therefore no health deaths from fossil fuel. The deaths are enormous. I mean, we're very conscious of COVID and the deaths, but 8.7 million people die every year from air pollution, indoor or outdoor. Indoor, it's women cooking on open fires because they don't have access to clean cooking. And outdoor, of course, it's vehicles, it's manufacturing, it's the fumes from fossil fuel. All of that will be gone. Imagine, it'll be reduced by 45% by 2030, and it'll be gone by 2050. I can't wait. At least I won't be around, but I can't wait for my children and grandchildren.
I love that vision of 2030, and I want to run to that time period too. I love that. Mary, let's all run there. That sounds like a great place to be. I'll pass it back to Catherine for the next question.
Mary, we shared with the audience a little bit about the very many hats that you have worn and do wear. And one of my personal favorites of your current hats is that you co-host a podcast called Mothers of Invention that focuses on women's leadership in climate. And I think you have the best tagline maybe ever, that climate change is a man-made problem with a feminist solution. And I'm curious if you could unpack that tagline a bit and How does that apply when we think about international climate negotiations and whose voices are present and really shaping the discourse?
Well, Catherine, I always explain when we say that climate change is a man-made problem that requires a feminist solution, that man-made is generic. It includes all of us. And a feminist solution definitely includes as many men as possible. I'm very clear on that. And I learned, to my dismay, at my first conference on climate in Copenhagen, how scientific and technical and frankly male it was. I was really shocked. And the following year, with a number of other women leaders, we formed a network of women leaders on gender and climate. And we worked with a wide constituency of women who'd been working hard, but these women ministers were the heads of their delegations. We got them to determine that they would work towards a gender action plan and that they would invite grassroots women and indigenous women and frankly young women into their delegation to be there at the table. And over the years up to Paris and indeed the COPs after Paris, I saw the difference it made. It stopped the room when you had this woman of passion talking about what difference it made in her village, which was totally destroyed. She had to bring the women together. They had to become resilient, and how hard it was. And she wanted those delegates to wake up and realize that this was urgent. And you could see their faces, these technocrats from countries, who lived in cities and who, were wordsmiths about the words, but didn't really live the reality in the way that these women were saying. And that had a huge impact in, really helping to get a sense that this is about people, that we have to have a people-centered approach. We have to have a justice approach if we're going to really meet the urgency. And the other thing I love about Mothers of Invention, which is a tribute to Maeve Higgins. Maeve Higgins was 8 years old when I was elected president. I didn't know her before we were brought together to do this podcast, but she's a very successful comedian in New York. She's made films. She writes for the New York Times and other prestigious outlets. And because she's a comedian, she only half respects me on the show, and that's the humor. And I probably learned it later in life than I wanted to, but I now understand it. Humor is a great communicator. It really is. If you could, I knew when I was living in the United States, a lot of young people took their news from Saturday Night Live and The Daily Show, and so on. Humor is a great way to communicate.
Mm. I remember you telling me that, Mary, I think during Climate Week a couple of years ago, don't be afraid to use humor. And I think it is such a great insight, because climate change is inherently deeply serious. People get a little bit daunted about not knowing the science, not understanding the policy, feeling maybe guilty, et cetera, et cetera. And I think humor is a great way to sort of open things up and put people at ease. So I love the relationship that you and Maeve have as co-hosts. And I think on this point around,
and of course we were joined for the last session by Tamali from Sri Lanka, which was also important because our focus, and it increasingly, was on the stories of women from the south of the United States and the south of the world, if you like, and just the wonderful ways in which they were working with nature, particularly Indigenous women, how much we can learn from how to live sustainably with nature. It's really important that we imbibe that now and work towards that kind of sustainability, and do it with the sort of connections that they feel deeply with all the other species and with the mountains and the rivers and the air. There's a huge wisdom there.
Yeah. And I think this point that you've made around centering human beings, centering justice, centering equity in the conversation. And when I think about the role that women have played in that, I also think about all of the young women and even young girls who are stepping up as climate activists and playing that role of an insistent and ferocious moral voice in this moment. And I'm curious if you anticipate activists playing an even more critical role this year than in COPs past.
I do, and actually I love this intergenerational communication, because the elders, and I'm now chair of the elders, who were brought together in 2007 by Nelson Mandela to help to further his legacy after his death, or before and after his death. And we understand that role of young climate activists. I mean, yes, Greta Thunberg, but there are millions of them. There are thousands of them. There's C. O'Connor in Ireland, who brought me together last Friday, Fridays for Future, on Zoom with Naomi Klein and others, to talk to the young climate activists. There's Shea Bastida, young Mexican who's studying now in the United States, a wonderful leader on climate, and so many others. And what has happened is the dialogue has changed completely. When I was growing up, it was a one-way traffic. You listened to your elders respectfully, probably with your head a little bit down, and the elder communicated wisdom and you absorbed it. That's not the case now. It's a two-way, because young people are digitally smart, they're connected, they've read the science, they understand, and they do feel that connection with those who are more disadvantaged, if I could put it that way, more affected by climate change. They feel a love, they feel a connection. They feel citizens of this world that is not coping well, and they're asking us to do a better job. And they're absolutely right. And they're saying, don't listen to us, we're just children. Listen to the science. Over and over again, that's what they say. And it's so smart.
Yeah, we have a lot of these young women, young girls, activists in the United States. We've interviewed some of them on our show, and I have just a little funny story about one that both Catherine and I know pretty well, Alexandria Villaseñor. She is, I think, 14, 15 now. I've lost track. And she's 15. Time does move, unfortunately, or fortunately. And, she's great. She started she started an organization called Earth Uprising, which is a global organization that's helping youth kind of get plugged into climate. And I was on Sunday working on some activism, and we were doing a letter, and we were at 149 groups signed on to her letter. And obviously we wanted 150. And I thought, I wonder if I ask Alexandria, and I messaged her, and within 30 seconds, she'd already done it. It took her no time whatsoever. And I feel like that's the spirit of the Gen Z climate activists. They don't have time to mess around. They're just here to make things happen. They're doing their own activism, their own events, their own organizing, and they really bring such power and urgency in the way that they talk about these issues. And I think it's really transformed the whole climate movement globally, not just, in the United States or in developed countries, but all around the world. Yeah.
And we need them because we're not on track.
Yeah, exactly.
Speaking of actors that we need to join the party in a helpful way, we've talked about the role of governments, we've talked about the role of civil society and activists, but of course, corporations will also be at the COP in November. And I'm curious, Mary, what your thoughts are about kind of the most helpful role that corporations can play and how we make sure that we're not getting greenwashed along the way.
It is really important that corporations take on their appropriate responsibility and see this as being something they must take personally and get involved in. And there are leading companies who are doing that. I'm involved and linked with the B team of business leaders. And before the Paris Agreement in January 2015, the B team made a commitment that they would be net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050 and do it the climate justice way. And Christiana Figueres said at the time, this is fantastic to have some business leaders who are genuinely committing. Now, I've watched them push each other since then with peer pressure. There have been hiccups on the way, but they're still very committed. They're not greenwashing, but there are a lot of others, including fossil fuel companies who champion the bit of green they're doing. They spend more on advertising than they spend on the green work they're doing, the green projects they have, some of them, that's a kind of greenwashing. And if companies seem to be good in what they're doing, but are part of corporate associations that are lobbying and leveraging to try to prevent the steps we need to take, and that's greenwashing as well. So we have to be very careful. The other group that we need to factor in, Catherine, is cities. I'm really pleased that so many cities, including happily in the United States, are really giving leadership, are committing to be zero by 2050 net emissions, and also with projects, and cities are working together, the C40 group of cities, etc. And we're seeing in corporations very good groupings as well of climate action corporations. But there is the danger of the greenwashing. There's also the danger, frankly, of offsetting as being the solution, meaning we will plant endless trees. And I've seen bad examples of trees being planted as a bulk planting in a country with no regard for nature, no regard for whether the trees will do well or badly, just because they can be counted as part of offsetting a climate responsibility. So we need to watch all these things.
Absolutely. We did a whole episode on that, and we're right there with you. There's great things to be doing with nature, but, we got to get off fossil fuels. That's the number one thing. So we're coming in the last 5 minutes here of our conversation, and we want to do a little rapid round. It'll be fun, and Catherine and I will subject ourselves to it as well. So don't worry, we're not just throwing you in the hot seat here. And so we've got a bunch of quick questions that we'll each try to answer quickly, and I'll moderate the thing. All right, you guys ready? Ready, Mary? Ready, Catherine?
Okay, Leah. Okay.
All right.
Ready as ever.
Hesitantly ready. Okay, so first question, who is a global climate leader inspiring you right now? Catherine, you're first.
Mary Robinson.
Oh, too easy.
Oh.
Okay, Mary, your turn.
I think it's the young climate leaders. I'm going to mention again C. O'Connor. She's about 15. She's from Cork in Ireland. She is so committed, and I would never have understood like she does, how individuals can and must make a difference. And that's what the young climate activists are doing, and they're the ones who inspire me. And I know, I'm glad to say, quite a number of them now, personally by name, and know what they're doing.
I'll give you a real answer, Leah.
What?
I will add Maria Alejandra Escalante, who leads the climate justice work for FRIDA, the Young Feminist Fund. And we just got to do a roundtable of two, more of a bistro-sized roundtable for Time Magazine's climate issue. And I just think that the work that they're doing is fantastic. And I really encourage folks to look that up online. And Maria shares some really important insights about the intersection of gender and climate through the lens of the pandemic.
All right, for me, I'm working really hard on a clean electricity standard, and I've got great allies in an organization I just met a couple months ago called the Chesapeake Climate Action Network. And I got to give a shout out to my besties, Quentin, Jamie, and Mike, who every day come up with something that they can do to try to advance the cause. And there's people like that everywhere, and it's so inspiring. Okay, next question. Something you've recently read that's informing your thinking. It could be climate, it could be something else. Mary, you're up.
I've recently read an op-ed by the head of the World Health Organization, Tedros, from Ethiopia, who happens to be a friend of mine. It was an article in the New York Times, and for a UN official, it was a really angry article about the unfairness of the access to vaccines, the vaccine nationalism. He really spoke angrily, and he's right. And this is also related to the climate issue. If the poorest countries cannot get access to vaccines, we're seeing these scenes in India. It breaks my heart to see, such distress, such death unnecessarily, if we would collaborate as a world and provide access to vaccines. So, I see that as being, really also part of this whole issue that we're talking about. We need multilateral cooperation, solidarity, and in particular at the moment, We need to have equitable access to vaccines. We mustn't have intellectual property rights being used. I'm very glad that the Biden administration is moving in the right direction and sympathetic to waiving intellectual property rights. It's Europe and the UK that are resisting. And I've written an op-ed about that, and I've written a letter with a number of other heads of state to Biden, commending him for pressure to allow the South to become a major manufacturer. India is a manufacturer, but unfortunately exported most of the vaccines and now has a crisis. This is a very, very real issue.
Absolutely. All right, Catherine, what about you? Something you're reading?
I just read Adrienne Marie Brown's small book called We Will Not Cancel Us, which I think is a really important one for anyone who's in or near movement space right now, about how we engage with one another and how we move forward together.
Okay, and my turn, really rapid fire, that Harvard study that shows that 8 million people are dying every year from air pollution. That is hugely transformative to my thinking. I already thought air pollution was bad. Now I think it's really bad. Okay, we're in the last 30 seconds. So the last question is, climate solution that's capturing your imagination. You got like 2 words. Mary, what's a climate solution you're excited about?
It's people power. It's the movements. Climate activists. That to me is what's going to make the difference.
Catherine.
It's got to be the clean energy standard, Leah. We got to have it.
Oh, the clean electricity standard. That's my pick too. That's our main passion project right now. Well, that brings us to the end of our live episode. Thank you so much to Mary for being our guest today. This was a lot of fun. We learned so much about the international arena. We greatly appreciate all your focus on equity and justice and ambition. It's so powerful out there in the world. You are a force for good. So thanks for joining us on our first live episode of A Matter of Degrees.
Thank you, Leah, and thank you, Catherine.
Thank you, Mary.
Women's voices have been and continue to be marginalized in news coverage globally. According to a recent report from the Gates Foundation, men are quoted as experts, sources, or protagonists in news 2 to 6 times more often than women. And female experts are even less visible when it comes to topics like finance and economics, coverage areas that are priorities for Bloomberg News. I'm Laura Zelenko, a senior executive editor at Bloomberg, and in early 2018, I helped launch our New Voices program to once and for all put our own newsroom on course to fix this issue in a data-focused, intentional way. As part of that initiative, we sponsor media training for senior female experts and other underrepresented executives in industries we cover around the world. We have provided this intensive training to women across ethnicities and race in 11 global cities, as well as to Black executives and soon Latinx executives of all gender identities in the US. In every one of those cohorts, we reserve space for green new voices, experts who can speak to issues around ESG, climate change, and new energy. Since we launched New Voices, we have almost tripled our representation of female guests on Bloomberg TV to close to 30%, and we have made progress at diversifying our sources more broadly across our media platforms. But our work is far from finished. We keep pushing because it matters to our coverage. Diverse sourcing helps us be fairer and more balanced. It limits our blind spots and biases. It makes it more likely we won't miss important stories on our beats or miss important perspectives in our storytelling. And with these new voices, our audiences are seeing new, more diverse role models appearing as experts, speaking about hard news topics where they would traditionally have seen mainly white men. Today, we will feature a panel with 2 awesome women who took part in our program. For more information about New Voices and to see how you or a colleague can apply, see bloomberg.com/New Voices. And now I'll turn over to my colleague, John Frere, Senior Executive Editor for Global Business, Finance, Energy, and Commodities, to moderate the panel.
Thank you, Laura, and thank you. Good morning and good afternoon to everyone who's listening. Thank you for joining us today. I'm delighted today to present this exciting panel on climate priorities for 2021. I'm joined today by Melanie Nagakawa, Special Advisor to President Biden on the National Security Council, Special Advisor for Climate, and also Tracy McGibbon, of founder and CEO of MAC Energy Advisors. Thank you both very much for joining me here today. Melanie, perhaps I could start with you. You, of course, must have had an incredible couple of weeks gearing up for last week's announcements from the White House on the big emissions plan, an announcement that, of course, was incredibly welcomed by the rest of the world. But, of course, the international community have been very much scarred by the last 4 years of what we heard from the Trump administration in terms of turning away from Paris. How can you convince skeptical listeners, perhaps, that this time is different, that the US really is back at the table?
Great. Well, thank you so much for having me. Thank you for that question. I think a lot has changed, and you're right. We are coming from a place of humility and being humble about how we're trying to get back. And that's why the president on day one made his announcement to rejoin the Paris Agreement and made this commitment that within the first 100 days, he would accelerate U.S. action both at home and abroad on climate change. And part of that fulfillment of that goal and that campaign promise was to host a world gathering of leaders, particularly around major economies and major emitters who are responsible for about 80% of global emissions and also have 80% of the global GDP, and they represent that. And so this leader summit that happened over the last week, it was last Thursday and Friday, starting on Earth Day, was really a signal of what it means for America to be back. There are three key outcomes that came out of the summit that I think should give the international community some confidence and a bit more confidence in where the U.S. is when it comes to rejoining Paris and being back at the table on international climate engagement. The first was, as you mentioned, the announcement of our nationally determined contribution target. But that target was really based off of a large efforts of domestic efforts, whether it's in transportation, power sector, industrial, and all those pieces culminated and add up to not only job creation at home, but that 50 to 52% reduction by 2030 as a U.S. target. But that's really made up of actions and it's built upon actions that have been happening for the last several years, not just in the last 100 days. And that's a key part about that durability. Another key piece was the financial elements to the summit. The U.S. not only announced a doubling of international climate finance, and particularly a tripling of the adaptation amount by 2024, but that from the Obama years of the highest peak of Obama years. But frankly, around the finance piece, it was also about blended finance. It was about bringing the private sector. And this conversation today and at the Bloomberg Summit is really about the role of both public and private finance. And the summit was a real showcase of that. We had a panel focused around what the banks were doing, about the trillions that are shifted towards climate aligned strategies, the focus around disclosure, the focus around net zero banking, and really how we work with the US government. The U.S. Development Finance Corporation, a key vehicle for leveraging private capital and getting them to the table, particularly in hard to access areas and developing economies. They made a pretty significant announcement, which was to get net zero by 2040. That would put the U.S. ahead of the other G7, G20 development finance institutions. And that's another key piece, again, about the durability of our U.S. commitment, is that these are financial commitments we're making that are more long-term and longer sighted. And the last key piece was, I think what I'm really excited to share is the whole of government approach the U.S. is bringing to the table this time around than in previous years. We had over a dozen cabinet officials all hosting sessions or discussing on panels what they see their role is in terms of driving climate action forward from the U.S. administration, from the Biden administration. This means it's not just one silo or one area or one opportunity, but it's really about an entire administration who's all looking at different components of the climate solution, which we all know has to be economy-wide and solved economy-wide. Each of them took a role in the summit to showcase their leadership and what they're going to do over the next 4 years. And I think those elements, when you combine them together, should give confidence to the international community that we have a durable plan, we have a durable platform, and we're really here to really focus on how do we bring others to the table with us.
So could you talk to us a little bit about the sort of the concrete steps that the administration is going to take to enact some of these policies and some of these ideas? I think the administration has talked about a lot of executive orders. Could you talk to us a little bit about what kind of executive orders we might see here? And in fact, what policies you could imagine perhaps needing congressional passing to get through?
Sure, there's two places. There's a domestic and international component. I'll start with the international component, which is really about what are we doing to make sure that the U.S. represents around 15% of global emissions. A key part of the emissions pie, I'm not trying to belittle that by any means. But the 85% is obviously a significant portion. And so at least from my position on the national security side, one of the key ways we're doing that is actually not through executive order per se. It's about how do we make climate change an essential element of our foreign policy and national security. And I'm happy to say in the first 100 days, that plan is already bearing fruit. So the president in almost nearly all of his engagements has raised climate change with all of his counterparts and world leaders in each of those calls. The effect of that was not only did he raise an initial call with the Canadians or the Mexicans or other countries, but then it was followed up with additional follow-up, whether it was a working group or a joint statement, or in the first bilateral meeting with the Canadians or with the Mexicans. You see climate elevated on the agenda. You see it elevated in something called the Quad, which is India, Japan, Australia, and the US. We also, an output of that conversation at the leader level was climate change. And so it's really about building up these habits of cooperation. It's not about one moment or one time, but the fact that internationally speaking, with the other 85% of emissions, we're going to be coming to the table every time, each time, to think about how are we working together to accelerate technology development, innovation, finance, and help those countries increase their ambition. Regarding your domestic story, your domestic question, yes, there's areas of executive order. There's working with Congress on a clean power, a clean energy standard for the power sector to reach those goals. It's working with mayors and governors and the subnational players that often have a lot of ability to address the emissions from their particular region or particular area, and making sure we're working with them. And that was how we developed our 50 to 52% target, was working with a range of stakeholders to ensure that we could get this done not only in Congress, but also at the states and the local areas where, frankly, a lot of these emissions and a lot of the work we need to be working with together to get it done.
And you talked about clean energy and clean tech, and I have one further question on that before I bring in Tracy. There was a summary sheet that the White House put out last week along with the announcement, I think citing the IAE, that said about 45% of the emissions cuts envisioned in the Biden plan rely on clean technology, green technologies that are not yet commercially viable. Could you talk to us a little bit? You, of course, have a background in clean energy. What do you personally see as maybe the 2 or 3 most promising areas of green technology where perhaps they're not quite where they need to be yet, but where investors and the Bloomberg readers and viewers should be looking at over the next 5 to 10 years?
Well, we know we need to decarbonize everything if we're going to get to the net zero by 2050 target. But I'll say, in terms of for my own personal view, I would say the 3 sort of core sectors that I think are most promising and interesting, and where there actually are some technologies, it just needs maybe more R&D. And the U.S. actually, under this administration, is committed to increasing our R&D share to really help accelerate those technologies. But I'll say in the power sector, I'll start there, which is a major part of what we talked about last week. Power sector, long duration energy storage, digital technologies for smart grids, and how do you actually get the clean energy technologies, which we're working with countries around the world, countries that 50% renewable energy targets, 35% renewable targets. We know they're going to need a smarter grid to be able to balance that power and balance that load. And so those solutions there are really interesting. In transport, the president made a commitment of 500,000 EV charging stations in the US alone. But globally, we're seeing a massive demand for EV charging infrastructure and EVs writ large. So whether it's clean fuels for trucks, for cars, for planes, for shipping. I think the decarbonization of transport is an area where there's some new breakthroughs that have yet to be discovered, particularly in the clean fuels space. But there's also technologies that are right there on the cusp and ready to accelerate. And the last area that I'm particularly excited about is in the agriculture sector. I think there's a lot of opportunities within oceans or nature-based solutions and technologies there, which still are more in the adaptation lane, which, as I mentioned, hasn't always been a prime top recipient for investment and investors' attention. But I think there's a real movement afoot now where we're looking at regenerative agriculture and different types of agriculture solutions that are needed here at home, but frankly also overseas. And so we could lead at home and export those solutions abroad that I think will make America a real leader in this space.
Thank you. So Tracy, I'd like to bring you in on that. You are a founder and CEO of Mac Energy Advisors. You provide investment and consultancy services in the green tech, clean tech area. Before I ask you to sort of, for your response or your thoughts on the Biden plan, could you also maybe address that question? What do you see as maybe the 2 or 3 or 4 most promising areas of green technology over the next decade or so, which of course will be very crucial to enacting the Biden plan?
Yeah, thank you very much. So I'm in agreement with Melanie in some of the areas that she laid out, because I do I sort of look at the 4 key areas that I think will have the most potential to impact the task and the goals that have been set, and that's transportation, buildings, power, and energy. Melanie mentioned agriculture. I do think that's very important, and it's often not focused on enough. But in the transportation areas, we know a significant amount of the greenhouse gas emissions come from transportation. I think it's around 30%. You've had a number of states who've tried to address that. The Biden administration, I was very excited to see their $15 billion commitment to installing EV charging stations. So there's the charging stations, as well as getting auto manufacturers who are setting commitments around their goal of further adoption of EV vehicles across the nation. Battery technology is what I see over the last year. While you might have thought the pandemic slowed things down, there's been so much interest and focus on creating new battery technology. As you know, the top 4 battery technology companies, only one is in the U.S. So building up that capacity in the U.S. is an area that I see a number of companies focusing on new advanced battery technology. I saw, around the building area, focus on energy efficiency, how you're retrofitting buildings. I think a lot of companies are focused on what they can offer from a technology perspective to create those efficiencies, whether it's in the construction area, the kind of material, how you're making concrete. Concrete and steel, as you know, are sort of big areas of focus around emissions. Lighting is also, I think, will make a significant impact. And the power sector, you see a lot of utilities are trying to figure out how they can build in decarbonization as part of their strategic plan. The power sector will play a key role in whether that's all the different renewables, solar, wind, hydropower, geothermal, even clean hydrogen is an area that you will see a lot of focus. And that will have to be combined with energy storage. So you build reliance and resiliency in that. And so you see a number of utilities sort of adopting and expanding their investment in renewable energy. And then on the energy side, as I say, what's happening in the oil and gas sector, to address sort of the challenge you have around decarbonization, it will take a significant amount of investment in carbon capture and storage. And so you see a number of companies that are seeing that as an opportunity for their growth and investing in technology and research and development around that. Clean fuels is another area, hydrogen. I started out in my investment career focused on biofuels, and I think there's certainly room for continued attention and support from a technology and a financial perspective in that area. And then, as I said, Melanie mentioned agriculture. I do think that does need more attention, because I think there's lots of opportunities in terms of how water feeds into our agriculture. And water itself is another area of investment that I think has an impact on the climate as well.
Which of these would you say is the toughest? There's lots of moonshots, of course, here that we're talking about. Do you think it's fair to say that carbon capture is the one that sort of feels obviously the most interesting and could have the most impact, but people have, of course, been talking about that for a long time, and no one has yet brought a commercially viable form of carbon capture to the table. Is that the toughest, do you think, to achieve of all of these?
So I will start with saying people have been talking about this for a long time. I actually served in a prior administration back in 2004, and we were talking about carbon capture and storage. And so it is very expensive. And so it will require that kind of private-public partnership that Melanie referred to. I think the government can take the kind of risk that perhaps the private sector isn't, ready and able to take. So there's definitely needed financial support from the government, but it will take private sector participation to drive this forward. But I do think that's probably the most difficult. It's an area that there have been many looking at ways to break through and have a more significant impact. I do think it's there. Like, again, I have a sober but optimistic view about our ability to address some of these concerns.
So speaking of sober and optimistic, could I ask you for a sober assessment of the Biden administration's announcements from last week? Maybe if which areas do you find most encouraging, but also where would you like the administration to be doing more, and where do they need to do more?
So I think the most important thing that I'm optimistic about is sending the right signal. While there certainly have been investments over the years, even when you didn't get the government signal or that you wanted, companies were still moving forward. Many companies saw this as an opportunity for growth for them. But I think getting the signals right helps the private sector, pivot in the direction that you ultimately want them to go, which is focus on a low carbon economy. And so I'm excited that the signals are being set, that there are goals that are being set. But the hard part is turning those goals into actual executing on those goals. And I think, it will require things like legislation. I think Melanie referred to the clean energy standard. I think that will be very necessary. You see that as how Europe has driven a lot of their growth in the low carbon technologies. Passing laws that will make these kinds of standards mandatory. Carbon pricing is another area that is quite controversial about how you can send the right signal because I do think there exists a shadow carbon pricing already. As you've seen how companies have been making investments. And so making that from a national federal perspective so that you can so that companies can make the right decisions they need to make. They need to make long-term decisions. And so when you've got legislation as opposed to executive orders, even though legislation can be changed, it sends a more permanent signal for that. And then I think other kinds of incentives like tax credits, whether it's renewable energy tax credits, affordable housing tax credits. I think expanding on those is another area that I'd like to see the administration focus on. So those are some of the things that I think that will help companies make the right kinds of decisions they have, and also if I could just say from a company perspective, helping them to be more transparent about where their carbon footprint is, where their emission levels are. And I think as the private sector continues to drive those kinds of technology to help measure that, I think that will also be helpful. And the government can help in supporting financially the development of those kinds of technologies.
Thank you. So we're now going to show a poll that we conducted of Bloomberg Green readers and summit participants that sort of asked people what sector do they think is the most important in the battle against climate. And I personally found the results somewhat surprising. We see 23% talking about business, 28% talking about government, but only 7% rated finance as being the most important area when it comes to the climate fight. Melanie, perhaps I could turn to you. You talked about, both you and Tracy have talked about the importance of financing. Does that surprise you? Does that number seem quite low to you, given the importance of green financing in the climate fight?
It's surprising, especially given the audience that it was asked to, which I believe is mostly made up of the financial sector. So I don't know if it's a finger-pointing exercise or something else, but it is surprising because it is a key. I would have thought it'd been a third, or sort of go more towards all of the above. So it is a surprising figure at the end, unless they thought that the financial industry, they conflated it with businesses and thought that there was that angle there to it. But no, it is a surprising result because it is a key part. It's a key part because the finance industry as a whole is a key part of financing the solution and shifting the investment towards the clean energy and climate tech opportunities. And the ranges are everywhere from PitchBook to, you name it, upwards of trillions of dollars that are going to be invested into the climate tech space by 2025, based on these market signals that Tracy just talked about. And so I think it is a key part of the solution, in addition to the government signals, coupled with the business opportunities to receive that finance, and then the financial industry. It's all of the above, because all three pieces of those pillars need to work together. And if you really were to do a look back of the various climate tech or clean tech booms starting in 1.0 all the way to some call this 3.0, you'll see that you had one of the pillars or two of the pillars, but not all three moving in the same direction. And today, I really feel like we're at a moment in time where you have the financial industry aligned. I heard, Larry Fink's comments earlier in the summit and others that spoke prior to me in the summit that's happening today talk about the role that the financial players are playing, that it's shifted, that the ball is rolling downhill in terms of where the momentum is in terms of climate aligned strategies. And then you've got the political winds all aligned right now with the new Biden administration, coupled with what's happening out of Europe and Canada. You look around at the summit, we had 40 world leaders that voluntarily showed up at all various call times, because it was a virtual summit that was live, to voluntarily come to the platform to talk about what they are going to do to raise ambition on climate change. And I think that's a very significant announcement that was made, to have all of them show up at last week. And then you've also got, so you got politics, you got finance, and then you've got the technology/businesses. While you do state that, we still have, maybe 40-something% of the technology yet to be created, that's overlooking the fact that what we actually have today that's deployable, things that Tracy's investing in and others that are ready to scale and scale quickly, and some that are already commercially viable as costs continue to decline. So that's just my quick reaction to that poll. So thanks.
Yeah. And very, very quickly, speaking of financial markets, because we are running short of time, if you compare the European sort of policy approach to this versus the US one thing that was noticeably missing from the Biden plan last week was carbon trading and carbon pricing. Could you talk a little bit about why that's not as central a part of the framework in the U.S. approach compared to Europe, and could we expect more of that in the future down the line in the Biden administration?
Well, there's different ways to approach it. I'm a bit biased. I had worked in a previous time on cap and trade policy in the United States. And so there's different ways to approach how we're going to send the right market signal. We're starting with, we have a more fulsome climate action plan that we'll give details about later this year, not yet quite now. But we've got I guess I think about it as Lego building blocks or Lego bricks, and they all add up. And so this is the first part of those Lego building blocks in terms of how we're going to be addressing climate change. It's through the American Jobs Plan. It's through a variety of different types of tax credits and incentives that Tracy talked about. It's through the Loan Program Office and others. And so I think there's various components that all will culminate into a broader action plan. But we've got these different pieces, and we're only 100 days in. So give us some time.
You've got some time. So this is, of course, part of our New Voices series, and one of the things I want to talk about before we wrap up is diversity of voices, diversity of opinions in the climate debate. And to kick us off, I think we have a video question from a member of the Green community, and I think that's directed towards Melanie. I think we'll hear the question now.
Hello. I'm Glenda D. Hawthorne, the founder and owner of Tate Hawthorne Enterprises. My question is for Melanie Nakagawa. Ms. Nakagawa, will the president take into account the ecological consequences of any infrastructure developments? We know from past experience the folly in not doing so. Thank you.
Melanie, please.
Great. Well, thank you. My remit is not the domestic agenda, but I will say that we're absolutely committed to environmental protection, especially on the domestic infrastructure side. And then we are definitely applying that on the overseas work as well. Our climate finance plan talks about how we want to invest in projects and opportunities overseas that are climate aligned, and we will obviously apply the best environmental practices to it.
Tracy, do you want to come in on that as well? Because of course, infrastructure plans and green infrastructure plans can sort of, obviously can further the climate agenda. But of course, there are many, many stakeholders in these conversations, environmental stakeholders, ecological stakeholders. Do you want to can you talk a little bit about how you think we can bring more of those different kinds of voices and perspectives into the broader climate debate?
So I think it's an important question because, you have communities that are most impacted by climate change are the least capable of responding and reducing that impact. And so being able to make sure that you're talking with local communities about, as we look, I think from my perspective, when you're siting a renewable energy project, it's not only just about the siting and permitting, it is the location and the geography of that project and making sure that we're not only being comprehensive in how we address climate change, but also being fair about the impact, because it needs to be equitable for workers and states, but also communities. Again, because those communities that are most impacted are often least capable of dealing with it. And so, as we look at it, there are a number of disruptions that can occur, food security being one, not only just, sort of flooding and fires and hurricanes and heat. And so making sure that we're taking a holistic approach about the communities that are most impacted by climate change and making sure that they're part of the dialogue. This is, local communities, businesses, governments all need to work together to make sure that we're building and addressing and meeting the challenge around lowering emissions and building a low carbon economy.
So we're pretty close to wrapping up. I've taken a sort of a slightly meandering route to the key question in this panel, your climate priorities for 2021. I mean, Melanie, obviously a lot of work has gone into the first 100 days, an incredible amount of work I'm sure went into last week. But can you give us maybe your two priorities that you see now as your most important now that the sort of the initial phase is over, the announcement is out, and now I guess it's sort of it's time to get down to enacting it?
Exactly. Now is when the hard work begins, so they say. So the next priority for us is twofold. The first is getting to work on implementing our commitments. I mean, exactly as you started off at the top of the panel, how do we show that we're here and that we are building meaningful commitments is to start to actually implement those. And so really looking forward to not only following up with many of our bilateral partners that showed up with action last week, whether it's Canada that announced their ambitious new target, or the Japanese that announced their up to 50%, 46 to 50% nationally determined contribution, and then about a dozen other countries that have all announced a commitment to commit by the climate conference in November, the so-called COP26, that they will themselves put out their stronger target. So really the next few weeks and months up until November is really about how do we work with all of these countries to start to demonstrate that they're putting together a roadmap of action in the 2020s. This is truly the decisive decade. While net zero by 2050 is a really important target, somebody once said, 2030 is the new 2050, and I couldn't believe that. I couldn't foot stomp that more. This next decade of action is really critical, and so we're really now starting to work with all of these key countries, and everyone from the Seychelles that announced an ocean-related effort into their nationally determined contribution to the large emitters. To Tracy's point, it's really about working with all countries, the big and the small, to really work with them to help them get their climate action ready for the climate conference later this year. And the other key priority is going to be about how do we mobilize all the different key players within the U.S. government that can bring those tools to bear. We have a really strong EPA with regulations and policies that they can share best practice with other partners, a Treasury that's that's really kind of reinvigorated on the climate agenda around climate risk and transparency, and an SEC. So really being able to harness all those great voices and bring those overseas to share what we're doing, best practice, and frankly, technical support to help everyone else get to Glasgow to keep 1.5 degrees Celsius alive.
Thank you. And Tracy, I'll give you the final word. Your two priorities for, coming out of the Screen Festival and for the rest of the year.
I'd say it's consistent with what Melanie has said. For me, it's focusing on scaling up solutions. As we scale up our investments in specific renewable energy plants, solar, wind, geothermal, as well as scaling up our investments in technologies. Battery technology is where we're focused this year, both in terms of transportation as well as support for renewable energy plants. And so those are the two areas that we're focused on. But again, it's all about scaling up solutions, taking advantage of the technology innovation that we have here in the U.S.
Great. Well, thank you both very much for your interesting insights and a great conversation. Thank you to the audience for watching, and we'll be back soon for more. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Eric Roston, a climate reporter here at Bloomberg Green, and welcoming you back to our Bloomberg Green Summit, where it's my great pleasure to introduce to you Robert Litterman, who has had a legendary and distinguished career at Goldman Sachs. And in the years since he left that post, he's been working extremely hard, producing some extremely creative and productive ideas on how the financial community can help fight climate change. Bob, welcome.
Thank you, Eric. It's a pleasure to be here.
Now, you really made some headlines last year in the fall because you were the head of a unique CFTC commission looking at the financial risk of climate change. Can you tell us a little bit about that work, how it got started, and what some of the conclusions were?
Yeah, no, it was a great report that we put together last fall, and it started with the CFTC Commissioner Russ Benham, who is the sponsor of the Market Risk Advisory Committee. They had some hearings in his advisory committee about climate, and decided that they wanted to create a subcommittee and write a report. I think it was quite unusual to see this coming out of the CFTC. You know, the Fed, the SEC, the FSOC, you might think would be focusing on this, but instead it was the CFTC that really took a leadership position. And I give Commissioner Benham a lot of credit for that. He brought together, there were 34 of us on the subcommittee, ranging from banks and insurance companies, corporations like oil companies, ag companies, as well as academics and NGOs. And he gave us a very broad assignment and asked us to, reach consensus. So we got together. We spent, the better part of a year forming various work streams, and those eventually led to the chapters in the report. And we were able to create consensus, which in itself, I think, made the report more powerful. Because, it's one thing if we all agree on a lot of things, but no one knows that we all agree. But it's another thing entirely when we write a report and we say, here are in this case, 53 specific recommendations that we all agree on. And since the report was published last September 8th, I guess it was, there's been an incredible amount of forward progress on this. The Fed, for instance, has joined the NGFS. The SEC has asked for.
What is the NGFS for?
Oh, sure. Well, it's a group of central banks around the world and other financial regulators that are getting together to create a common approach to addressing climate risk. It's called the Network for Greening the Financial System, and the U.S. was really the last major central bank to join, and it's good that they did. That was one of the recommendations of the report. And a theme of the report was that the U.S. has to join the international regulatory community. And so we see that the European central banks and the NGFS have been leading the way on addressing climate risk among financial regulators globally. And it's good to see the U.S. joining that. I was going to mention that the SEC has asked for input about disclosure of climate-related risks. The CFTC has started moving on its own to regulate climate-related risks in the derivative markets. The New York banking regulator has asked for input from banks and insurance companies that it regulates. So there's a lot of motion. And just a couple of weeks ago, the FSOC, the Financial Stability Oversight Council, which is chaired by Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen, had its first meeting of the new administration, and you could just see all the members of the FSOC, which includes most of the financial regulators in the U.S., all saying that they're going to start moving in this direction. So it was very gratifying to see that, and it's gratifying more generally to see this new administration taking an all-of-government approach to climate risk.
We've seen a lot of calls over the years for a lot of climate action, for whether it's changing our automotive fleet so we don't have to use oil, to shutting down coal plants. We haven't seen activists on the street clamoring for regulation from the Commodities Futures Trading Commission. What are the things that prompted them to take this more seriously? And what are some of the specific recommendations that you came out with to address those growing real-world concerns?
Sure. Well, I think what led the CFTC to take this seriously was just the realization that all of the financial regulators, not just in the US, but globally, have a responsibility to make sure that corporations that they regulate are disclosing material climate related risks. And when we started this subcommittee and started talking about it, it became very clear that first of all, everyone pretty much agrees on that. So there wasn't a lot of pushback from anyone on the committee. What became clear, though, was that it's not entirely clear to anyone how to define a material climate related risk. Okay, we know that we have to report them, but what makes them material? Is it in the eyes of the beholder? And that makes it kind of difficult because no one wants to push the frontier about where we're going. And so that's one of those
Well,
things
what's your
that
best
we
guidance?
really.
Sorry.
Well, what the subcommittee said, and I agree with this, is that we need cooperation between the regulators and the private sector, and that it probably makes sense to do that on a basically industry by industry basis, because the disclosures that are going to be required from the oil and gas industry, for example, are going to be very different than those required from cement or steel or tech or someone else. So there may be many companies for which there's really no material climate related risks, and then other companies where it's a very serious risk, especially going forward in the next longer period of time. So one of the differences between let's say traditional financial risks and climate related risks is the time horizon. We typically think about scenarios and stress testing of regulated financial corporations and companies in terms of the next short period of time, whether it's a crisis or maybe a business cycle. So somewhere between 3 months and maybe 5 years at the outside. And clearly that's not enough time for climate risks to play themselves out. So when you're thinking about climate risks, it's not so much do you have the capital to withstand the next downturn, it's rather do you have a business plan that makes sense given the rapid transition that the whole economy is going to have to make to a net zero economy over the next, say, 3 decades.
You emphasized that this was really a consensus document and that a broad range of stakeholders really shook hands on issues that they hadn't considered together before. Like, can you give us a sense of who is in that coalition? Who are some of these disparate voices that helped you reach the conclusions of the report?
Sure. Well, it was a very interesting group, and as I mentioned, you had the major banks and insurance companies. You also had investors and asset owners. I think I neglected to mention that, and especially the asset owners and investors have a very strong interest in getting the information that they need to understand the climate-related risks in their portfolios. So they were major advocates for disclosure. And again, no one was pushing back really to say we shouldn't have disclosure, but the issues are, what to disclose and how do we figure that out? What scenarios do we look at? So we had a whole chapter, for instance, on scenarios. There was a lot of input on that chapter from NGOs, from academics, and also from investors and asset owners, but also from corporations. So I would say kind of trying to pin down the various, and we had a number of recommendations associated with disclosure, was where some of the more difficult consensus building was required. And I would say in terms of the consensus building, we had a lot of input from the NGOs in particular, some of the academics, and we had to get down into the weeds really and negotiate specific language. But in the end, that was language that everyone could support. So that and all the other 52 other or whatever 53 recommendations in total. I would say, look, one of the recommendations, in fact, recommendation number one, which the committee agreed was the most important and urgent recommendation, had to do with pricing risk. Pricing climate risk in particular. And the fact is that, governments around the world, but in particular here in the United States, are not creating appropriate incentives to reduce emissions. And the participants in the financial sector in particular understand and observe every day how important incentives are. I mean, capital flows in the directions of expectations of being able to make profits. That's where investments flow. And those are expectations conditional on the incentives that all of us face. Those are incentives that are created by governments with respect to reducing emissions. So right now, we don't have those incentives. I mean, when I look around at incentives, I like that word rather than taxes because it's more broad. There's incentives that are created by subsidies as well as taxes. There's things like gasoline taxes that were not designed to reduce emissions. But in fact, when we look across all of the spectrum of incentives, which go in both directions in this country and elsewhere, the biggest incentive to reduce emissions actually is created by gasoline taxes in this country and more generally fossil fuel taxes around the world that most of the time were not created to reduce emissions and are too low. But I would also say that when we look globally at the different incentives on a comprehensive basis, there is quite a dispersion of incentives. So Europe, in particular, we see, for instance, France has incentives to reduce emissions that are over $100 a ton. Only, a small part of which are coming from their emissions trading system, which is their carbon tax. In the U.S., we have gasoline taxes, as I mentioned. We also have incentives to support renewable energy. We also have, various subsidies to fossil fuel as well. And when you add them all up, we estimate at my firm, Kepos Capital, we have something we call a carbon barometer. We estimate that the total incentive to reduce emissions in this country is on the order of $18 a ton. And that's just much, much too low. So we've got to get those strong incentives globally. And the other thing you notice when you look is that countries that have strong incentives to reduce emissions have a less carbon intensive economy. Again, primarily in Europe right now. And countries like the US, like China, like India, that do not have strong incentives to reduce emissions have a much more carbon intensive economy. And then you have some countries like, Venezuela, Iran, and Saudi Arabia, some of the Middle Eastern countries that have actually net incentives subsidizing fossil fuel production, and they have very carbon intensive economies, and they're getting worse over time. So there's no question.
I'm sorry. You've been a champion of carbon incentives, I guess we can call them, in Washington for a number of years. What's your reading now on the new administration, the appetite either in the administration or in Congress for some kind of carbon pricing? How can ideas become policy?
It's very sad because everyone knows that we need incentives and how important incentives are. That's what changes behavior. That's what incentives are. Anything that changes behavior. We don't have them adequately in this country, and that's why we're producing too much emissions. Now, everyone from the World Wildlife Fund to, ExxonMobil has been supportive of the Climate Leadership Council. I'm the co-chair there with Catherine Murdoch. We have a bipartisan approach to pricing emissions. And the sad thing is we can't get any support from, our friends on the Republican side of the aisle for this. And so it doesn't surprise me that the Biden administration is going, to do what they have to do, and they're going to do it on a partisan basis because they can't get a bipartisan support, which is really, really sad. And I haven't given up on that. The Climate Leadership Council, we're still trying, but the train is leaving the station on reconciliation. And if these Republicans don't budget reconciliation, and there may be incentives to reduce emissions in that, but that would, in my mind, be kind of sad because it would be nice to have a bipartisan approach. Again, I don't know where these Republicans are on climate. They're certainly not supporting market-based approaches, and we've got support for that now from all of the major corporate interest groups. You know, whether it's the Chamber of Commerce, the National Association of Manufacturers, even the American Petroleum Institute. You know, is supporting a market-based approach. So I don't know why we can't find Republicans, but I don't blame this administration for saying, look, we're going to go ahead one way or the other. If we can get bipartisan support, great. Otherwise, we're going to do it on our own. And I applaud that.
You've been publishing the last few years in the research literature, as well as the public press, about carbon pricing and what a reasonable number is to affix to every ton of carbon dioxide emissions. What's that research led you to conclude about a U.S. carbon price, whatever policy vehicle it rides in on?
We need to move urgently and we need to brake hard, is what I say. When I say brake, I mean we need incentives to reduce emissions, and we need strong incentives. The best way to think about this, which is really a pretty simple way, I won't claim any originality here, but we're going to have to use all the tools that we have. And that means everything up to and including direct air capture at some point down the road. That's going to have to be at scale, reducing, pulling CO2 out of the atmosphere. At the same time, when we get to net zero, we're going to have, carbon dioxide still going into the atmosphere. We're going to have to pull that out at the same level. And that's going to be expensive. And so the right incentive today to reduce emissions is basically what it's going to cost to clean up the problem in the future. And that's no one knows. But direct air capture today probably costs $250 a ton, something on that order. Maybe 20 years from now, it'll be down to somewhere between $100 and $150 a ton. But it's a lot of money, and no one knows for sure. So, we can't sit around and hope that it gets cheap in the future to clean up the mess we're making. We have to plan for worst case scenarios, and that's worst case in terms of the cost of cleanup as well. Bottom line is we should be creating those strong incentives right away to reduce emissions and hopefully get to net zero soon enough to avoid the worst possible scenarios from climate change.
So it sounds like the de facto U.S. carbon price as it is now is a factor of 10 or 20 less than it needs to be.
Well, it could be 10. Yeah. I mean, if you think of it as being about $18 today, I would say, it might not be 10 times, but it's on that order of magnitude for sure.
Mm-hmm. So you are the chief risk officer at Kepos Capital, which is where you've hung your hat for several years now. From that perspective, from an investor perspective, what have you learned? What kind of tools do you have now for low carbon investing that weren't available a few years ago?
Sure. Well, going back many years ago, I was saying you've got to avoid stranded assets as an investor, and coal, tar sands, oil and gas, and that has been a winning strategy for many, many years now. And we did something at the World Wildlife Fund that was very successful in terms of hedging those risks. Today, though, I think the stranded asset idea is an old idea, and it's played out. It's hard to worry about coal because there's hardly any valuation in coal. I mean, maybe there's a few $1 billion there. Look at Tesla. Now 600 billion or something, 700 billion. It's just orders of magnitude more important to get it right in terms of the opportunities to take advantage of the rapid transition to a low carbon economy. So I would say where my firm is and where I am as an investor is looking at the opportunity side of the equation now. And that's opportunities in terms of the low carbon sectors of the economy, also the low carbon companies within each sector. And then I would also point investors to carbon allowances, in the EU, in California, in RGGI, and in a number of other places, venues around the world. These are also, in many cases, rapidly appreciating. Look at the EU ETS prices over the last couple of years. It's been a real good investment.
Well, that's unfortunately about all we have time for today, but always a a great time talking to you, Bob Litterman. Thank you, as always, for joining us to drop some insight for a few minutes.
Great. Thanks, Eric. My pleasure to be here.
Hello, and thank you for joining us today at the 2021 Bloomberg Green Summit. My name is Sasha Kadri, and I'm very pleased to be here with a formidable group to discuss the need for bold and urgent action on international climate finance. Last week, in honor of Earth Day, President Biden hosted the Leaders Summit on Climate, where he announced how the US plans to decrease its emissions by 2030, and where he called on major economies to galvanize their efforts to tackle the climate crisis. As we know, climate change is occurring at an unprecedented pace and has significant implications on human and environmental health around the world. Recovering from the pandemic has given us an opportunity to change course on climate action and to adopt sustainable, nature-based solutions. However, when it comes to developing countries, despite generally producing very low levels of emissions, they're disproportionately impacted by climate change, which hits agriculture, fisheries, and tourism industries the hardest. Those very sectors which are key contributors to national income and employment in the developing world and have been further impacted by the pandemic. Now, wealthy countries committed $100 billion a year in international financing towards mitigation and adaptation efforts as part of the Paris Agreement, but have not fully delivered on this promise. However, 2021 is set to be a pivotal year for climate change action, with the G7 summit in June, the G20 summit in October, and of course, COP26 in November. Well, let's discuss the outlook for those summits, as well as the key issues surrounding international climate finance now. I'm delighted to introduce some incredible panelists. I'm joined by Andrea Metza Murillo, Costa Rica's Director of Climate Change in the Ministry of Environment and Energy. Welcome. Manlio De Stefano, it's Italy's Undersecretary of State for Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. Mwandwe Chileshe, Global Citizen Senior Manager for Food Security, Nutrition and Agriculture. And finally, Monica Froehler, CEO of the Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens. Welcome to you all, and thank you so much for taking the time to join us today. Undersecretary De Stefano, maybe I could begin with you. Italy has taken a leadership role in tackling climate change. You're co-president of COP26 and president of the G20. Maybe you could kick us off and tell us why climate action is so important for Italy, and also how, as co-president of COP, Italy will leverage its leadership to promote international climate financing through actions from its own government and also beyond?
Thank you. First of all, good morning to everyone. Let me say that I'm very glad to attend this event today, and I really thank Bloomberg and Global Citizen for inviting me to speak about such relevant matters. It is a big injustice that those who have done the least to cause the climate crisis often suffer more from its effects. With average global temperature already 1 degree above pre-industrial levels, climate-related disasters blight the lives of millions. Since many years, we know that if we don't get global emissions under control within a decade, many parts of our planet will face a terrible future. This is a critical point in our lifetime, but the pandemic has made investment in climate action more difficult, with budgets stretched and public debt growing. Now, the most urgent priority is to ensure quick progress towards a green, sustainable, and inclusive recovery from COVID-19. Enhancing both public and private green finance is a key part of the answer to such challenges. And that's why Italy is being an EU funding member, and in 2021 also G20 president, as you just mentioned, and partner of with the UK for the presidency of COP26. We want to leverage this leadership to set new standards, allowing international climate financing to develop further. As you may know, there are 3 keywords in the Italian G20 presidency: people, planet, and prosperity, in an inclusive and sustainable vision that leaves no one behind. This means also focusing on stepping up support for the most vulnerable countries, in particularly low-income economies. When it comes to finance, I believe the first challenge is quantity. To support developing countries, in 2015, developed countries pledged collectively to mobilize at least 100 billion per year in climate finance between 2020 and 2025. Yet globally, we still have a lot to do to reach the 100 billion goal, which remains a key priority. We also need to make sure there is readily available finance to protect communities with immediate solutions and early warning systems to prevent or repair damage if disaster strikes. Such work is harder to finance, and this is the reason why last December Italy committed 30 million euros to the United Nations Adaptation Fund. Furthermore, we committed to use our shareholding to increase multilateral development banks' climate ambition, asking them to set higher targets for climate finance and ensure their activities align with the Paris Agreement. Italy is a key actor within the EU's established leadership on climate. In the last days, our leading role has been central for achieving a far-reaching European consensus on the main pillars of the future EU climate law. Italy is also actively contributing in fixing the principle of a so-called EU taxonomy on sustainable finance, with the aim to leave no room for greenwashing phenomena connected with the use of fossil fuels and nuclear energy. This is a very important point in the discussion nowadays. We encourage the start of virtuous competition across major global economies, and obviously our target is to reach the climate neutrality by 2050. This is a major issue we have to tackle all together. So we want to play this role at the global level in the EU, and we really want to represent a best practice for the rest of the world. I don't know if I was enough satisfying for your question, but I think there is a lot to talk about this issue.
Absolutely. Thank you for kicking off the conversation. Minister Mezzamureo, let me come to you now. Does it make a difference to you that we have countries like Italy, who are, co-president of COP26, heading up G20, and, really prioritizing climate action? Will that impact countries like Costa Rica?
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation, Sasha. And it's very good to hear all these framework that my colleague from Italy is saying. It's critical to generate trust. In this crucial moment where we are, it's critical to generate trust. As he was saying, in our region, for example, in the Central American region, we are receiving every year the impacts of hurricanes. Only last year, ETA and IOTA hit the region in less than 2 weeks in a very small time frame, and they devastated the region. Almost 4 million people were affected only by ETA, and we can lose 2.5 million jobs in Latin America and the Caribbean due to heat stress towards the year 2030. And if we continue seeing all the devastation that these different events are creating in our economies, in our societies, including, of course, death, it is very sad, and it is a critical situation where we are. So this is a very important moment where we need to see ambition, where we need to see ambition in the climate goals, and where we need to see the big emitters committing and fulfilling their commitments. And of course, climate finance is a critical element to do the transformational change that we need to do in the region, in the different countries. And of course, when we talk about these means of implementation of climate finance, it is also important to understand that it is not only the 100 billion commitment, which I think is critical, but we need to also think in the alignment of the whole financial system. We need to green the whole financial system, because the transformational change that it is required will need also the mobilization of public and private finance as well. And we need to generate coherence, enabling conditions, and start with to prioritize what are the kind of investments that we want to see and what are the kind of investments that are not aligned with the Paris goals.
Now, let me come to that point about public and private finance. And this is an open question to anyone in the panel who feels that they could answer. I mean, to what extent can we expect public climate finance to address these issues? Or should we be looking to mobilize private capital? Where do you see the solution?
Is that question for me?
Monica.
Gladly. This question needs to be solved. Yeah, I gladly jump in, because this question needs to be solved by all the partners that are at stake here. And that means that, of course, a certain responsibility is with private sector, but also a major responsibility is with public sector. If you're asking me how the world has to act on climate and on adaptation and mitigation at the same time, really all of the partners need to be involved. So we need political commitment at the highest level. We need champions, like countries that are stepping forward and are showcasing how it can be done and that it can be done. But we also need private sector champions, and actually many more in the private sector, to come on board, not only to lower emissions, so not only to mitigate, but also to help to adapt communities. And often great instigators, agitators, if you wish, are NGOs. And you need them as well. You need civil society. And every individual can contribute. And I don't shy away if individuals are turning to me and ask, can I do something? Absolutely. Even within your small vicinity, doing the recycling in the Western world, changing your energy efficiency of your own household, in every aspect, whatever you do contributes to the betterance of exactly the globe. And I want to quote again what our State Secretary of Italy has already said. It's about people, prosperity, and the planet, and leaving no one behind. Everyone has to contribute.
Absolutely. Minister Metsa Murillo, let me get your perspective on the public-private split. How are you seeing that split? Are people putting their money where their mouth is? And also, does the pandemic mean that, public funds are not so readily available for this now?
Absolutely. I would say public money is critical. And normally when we talk about this mobilization of money, in terms of cooperation, normally it's a catalyzer, but it is not enough. We know that we also need to mobilize private money, as we are hearing. And one other important element is that we also need to mobilize our own resources at the national level as well. We really need coherence, because this, as I was saying, the kind of investments, the transformational change that we need to see will not happen only with cooperation money. But of course, in these critical times that we are facing, we need extreme solidarity. So it's, yes, of course, we need to mobilize this public money, but at the same time, as I was saying, we need to generate these enabling conditions so we can be mobilizing also private money. And at the end, it's about coherence. One thing that we need to really see is that, of course, we are going to be implementing good projects in adaptation, in mitigation, but if for example, with foreign investments, we're doing and investing in activities that are destroying nature, that are not aligned with the Paris Agreement, that we're not going in the right pathway. So I think that's why, as I was saying, this is about greening the whole financial system and being coherent and generate coherence in the whole system. And the other element that I think is so critical is that right now the numbers are clear. We are mobilizing more money for mitigation, and it's critical also to mobilize more money for adaptation. And these are facts, and we need to do more to, compensate these elements here.
Absolutely. Talking about coherence, one way I'd love to bring you into the conversation, because I understand that Global Citizen launched a recovery plan for the world earlier this year, which includes strong calls to action for increased international climate financing from wealthy countries. What progress have you had with that plan? What was the reaction to that?
Thank you, and thank you for having me on this discussion. I think it's very important, and just to pick up on what the minister was saying in terms of thinking about, we have raised the financing and financing going to mitigation, but we also need to be speaking about financing going to adaptation. And it's true that as Global Citizen, we launched our recovery plan in February, emphasizing the critical steps that we must take as a globe to come out from this pandemic. And part of those steps also include protecting the planet and ending hunger. So in terms of what you're saying, I think that it's also very critical in terms of how do we think about where the money is going? And so for us, we've had this campaign over the past 1 year where we've also had a very critical focus on smallholder farmers. Just a bit of background, I spent most of my formative years living on a farm. My father is still a smallholder farmer. I've managed to visit programs in Ghana and Sierra Leone where I've actually seen what smallholder farmers do, and it can't be overstated the kind of calamity that extreme weather events cause on these communities. These small farms which produce food and employment for some of the world's poorest and the most vulnerable people, that the way that they're being affected is already so evident. Their ability to access extension services, climate resilient crops, literally could mean the difference between them skipping meals or being able to thrive and them being able to support their families. And this is very important when we speak from the context of financing, that while we are increasing this, a very small fraction of the money that's being raised is being targeted to these rural communities and smallholder farmers. So how do we also think about ensuring that the people who are bearing the burden, as the Undersecretary had referred to, are also central to this topic? I think this is something that is key to what we identified in our recovery plan, and as an overall piece that we should be thinking of. Over the last year, because of this, we've had Global Citizens really speaking up. They've signed petitions. We've had thousands of people who've sent in notes about why they care about this topic. And I think just a great point that Monica had raised is that individual action is also what spurs change. And we think that our global citizens who have been taking these actions, that it actually results in increased financing, but also financing that targets these communities that are at the center of this conversation.
Absolutely.
May I come in here as well?
Yeah, go ahead, Monica.
Because I want to add to what Mwande said, that at the Ban Ki-moon Center, we too thought, what can we do for this very important issue? And we are partnering with Global Citizen, and we are partnering also with the Global Center on Adaptation to elevate agricultural adaptation to the political spectrum globally, to get more political commitments and more financial commitments. And we do that with the convening power of Ban Ki-moon himself, the former Secretary General of the United Nations. And why do we do it? Because literally we are dependent in the world, in the food system of the world, on smallholder farmers. Many of them are women, many of them don't have a voice at the table. And many of them are not climate resilient yet. They don't have the means to conduct smart agriculture, smart climate resilient agriculture. So they need support, and they need support from top down, but also from bottom up. And this is the reason that we are engaging with very strong partners in this year where the eyes of the world are on us and our ambition on climate change. And I can only say thank you to the leadership of Italy and thank you to the leadership of the UK, who with the G7, the G20, and also the upcoming COP26 can really make a change.
Okay. And actually, this is a point I'd like to address. And Undersecretary De Stefano, what would you see as a good result from COP26 in the context of what we're discussing now?
Well, first of all, I would really love to see that everyone is coherent with the implementation of the Paris Agreement. And then, obviously, we would like to bind a new agreement on a 2050 target. We in Italy, we are looking at 2050 as a target for the carbon neutrality. I'm not pretending that everyone could agree on that, especially when I think about the emerging countries. But I think that bringing them at the table and asking them to get some more commitment on that target could be a good starting point. And obviously, we have to come together with a financing program for that, because as was already said by other speakers today, it is important to be coherent between what you say and what you really do in terms of finance. So I'm very glad on this point to say that Italy is really committed. Nowadays, nobody knows maybe, but we are the first country in Europe for recycling percentage on our waste circle. I mean, we have a 79% of recycling system. We have just created with the new government a new ministry that is the ecological transition ministry. So it is looking at all the activity of the other ministries to be coherent with this target that we gave ourselves. Or, for example, the 30% of our recovery plan, 200 billion, is on ecological transition. So this is to be coherent, and obviously we will try to be coherent until we achieve the results.
Absolutely. Minister Metsa-Murier, your thoughts on that? What would be a successful outcome from COP26 for you?
It's a package. We need to complete the negotiations on transparency on Article 6, but we also need concrete results on finance and on especially on finance for adaptation, as we are seeing today. And I will say that it's not only about commitments, it's about action. And I think that this is a critical decade for action. We don't have that much time. We really need to mobilize those resources and make those resources get to the territories and to the most vulnerable population, countries, regions. And I think that this is something that we really need to address as a global community. What we are seeing is this element of access to climate finance. There are a lot of obstacles, especially to the less developed countries, and that we really need to discuss, have an open and frank conversation. How can we enhance access to climate finance, and particularly, again, on adaptation elements? And just let me, a brief comment here. It's incredible the good work that the Adaptation Fund is doing in a lot of the countries. And I will say that sometimes it's about scale and about not having so much complexity, and the different facilities that we have play different roles. But I think that when we're talking about adaptation, this element of scale is so important.
Absolutely. Monica, you were nodding a lot there. Would you like to come in on that?
I believe that the wish list for COP26 and also the G7 and G20 meetings are sheer endless. But one crucial bit is we need to fulfill the level of ambition that we have already set ourselves in the Paris Climate Agreement. That would be sort of the common denominator. Hopefully step up that ambition and not see the area of mitigation and adaptation as competing, but rather as a win-win situation. It's not that one area should take money from the other, but rather we need to step up the game and scale on both sides. And what we have seen with the pandemic, if there is political will, there is a way. We find the money, we do invest the money once it's absolutely needed. And I think, fortunately, thanks to academia, thanks to more knowledge, awareness around the globe, we know that that phenomenon, the climate action that is needed, is exactly such a phenomenon where the world needs to come together to really shift the needle for the survival of the planet. We have one planet, Planet A. We don't have a Planet B. And we have one plan, Plan A, and that's the SDGs and the Paris Climate Agreement. We don't have a Plan B.
I would like to jump in to say that it's the Paris Agreement, but it's also very important of being systemic about the other Rio conventions. It's also about protecting nature as part of this deal and also addressing desertification. And I think that we are seeing more of this integrated approach, but nature needs to be also part of this solution, and it's normally part of the livelihoods of a lot of these communities around the world.
A question to the group. What do you think has changed? We've talked for a number of years about how this is the critical decade for climate change. This is the time to take action. The time is now. What is going to change to ensure that action is actually taken?
If I may step in here, Sasha, I think that what we've seen in the last 2 years is that the power of movements has also made this issue very real for us, that for the first time, seeing thousands of people come out and speak about this issue, that it really signifies what it means to a lot of people. And I think that that has been a tipping point. But I'm also inspired by some keywords that have come out from this discussion. One of them was scale, which the minister mentioned, that we won't be able to create change if we don't take it to scale. Another point that the Undersecretary raised was coherence, that we are able to actually have coherence across all of these different plans that we've put for ourselves. The Paris Agreement, the SDGs, ensuring that this, what we've started on the food systems, that also comes to fruition. I think that kind of those keywords really stood out. What I think will need to happen is that we all need to work together. From these conversations and what has been happening over the past year, we know that the solutions are before us. What is now required is the action.
Absolutely. Anyone else want to react to that? Minister? Why is the time now? What is so crucial about it?
I feel optimistic because I see that we are addressing this with more of this whole of a government approach. It is not only about the ministers of environment, and we're seeing these at the different levels, and also this whole of society approach. And I think that this is something different from previous years. I think that there is more action with this systemic approach of whole of a government and whole of society approaches. And I think that this will be a catalyzer of more action. And yes, we need these international commitments, but then we need national and local actions aligned with these commitments as well. And I think that we are seeing a huge movement from the private sector, from the financial sector, and these are good signs.
Do you think possibly also the pandemic has been a force in focusing people on how important climate is and how we can actually mobilize on a global level to achieve a united goal?
Absolutely. I think that this has touched us all and has shown us the fragility and how important it is also, again, as I was saying, our relationship with nature again. And that this COVID was a crisis, but we have, climate and biodiversity, and these are huge systemic crises that will be, putting us in a lot of problems in terms of everything, our welfare, our economies, everything.
Yeah. Undersecretary De Stefano, are you optimistic about the future?
I'm always optimistic because I do what I can to achieve the result. And there is only a way to be optimistic, to act in that direction. Otherwise, it's just words. I think that we need three different things. One is to create at the national level the coordination to act under the umbrella of the target that you set for yourself. The second one is to be binding on the target for the global fora, so United Nations and G20 and so on, and European Union. And the third one is to put a lot of money on the table by the rich countries to help the poor country to evolve. There is no way to pretend that the poor countries can skip their own moment to utilize nature as we did for the last decades until we don't give them some money to have a different strategy to achieve the result that they want in terms of development. So that's what I think. I act in this direction. We as a government do the same, and I'm really proud to say that today.
Absolutely. And on an optimistic note, I think there we shall leave it as we're running out of time. Thank you so much to everyone for such an engaging conversation. Thank you for taking the time to join us. We've heard some very interesting perspectives, as well as necessary calls to action on the importance of international climate finance. Thank you to all the panelists for joining today.
Thank you so much to everybody for joining us today. I'm Jennifer Zabasaja of Bloomberg News, and I'm really excited to have this panel today to talk to us about some really exciting young people who are doing really great things. So I just want to introduce everybody. First, we have Jill Tidman from the Redford Center. We have Elizabeth Miller, who is an educator who has worked very closely with the Redford Center and these two young people who we have today, and also Tai Jun and Eloise Sent, who are both contest winners from the Redford Center Stories Challenge, is second year. It's really exciting, and I think it's really something that a lot of our viewers are going to want to know about. So let's get right into it. Jill, I want to start with you. Can you just tell us a little bit about this challenge and sort of how it came about?
Sure. So the Redford Center Stories Challenge is a environmental justice storytelling program for young people. And there's a modular free curriculum that Elizabeth and her colleagues Annalise Bauer and Matthew Davis helped us create that incorporates a lot of film and storytelling around environmental justice issues so that we can help young people both learn about the issues in a deeper way, think about how these issues relate to them and their own environment and what that means to them, and then also build up some storytelling skills and filmmaking skills because we're a filmmaking organization. So we always like to bring that in, and there's a lot of young people these days making content anyway. So for us, it's just an opportunity to help inspire them to really think about their lives and their future and what role they might want to play in this work. The program came about through a partnership with Apple that was a long time coming. We have a deep friendship and relationship with Lisa Jackson there, who runs all of their environmental and social and racial justice work, and we have been wanting to do something around Earth Day together for a long time. And so we were really thinking through they have deep educational programs as well as really great filmmaking software, and we have a lot of the sort of storytelling and environmental expertise and distribution opportunities and audience. And so we kind of came together to really think about how to do this in a way that would support this next generation.
And so then how do you do that? Elizabeth, I know you've been part of the team that has made this curricula. How did you go about making it?
Yeah, so I think mostly we wanted to walk in lockstep with all the good work the Redford Center is already doing. And they have an incredible grantee program. And so when we saw the diversity and the depth in that body of work, the idea was to really integrate that at the heart of the curriculum. And when we talked to educators, I think their feeling was often a film is something you show when you're not sure how to fill in a gap in curriculum in your own way, or something that you kind of put on when you're taking an aside from teaching. So the idea was actually to put that at the heart and let the films be a way that people could come together, a way they could see narratives that the Redford Center creates that tell stories that really have science and humanity sitting together, that address really complex issues, but do it in a way that's really accessible and really set an example for young people of what it means to speak from your heart, speak with sincerity, but also engage powerfully in the world. And I think that part of the curriculum has really been exciting for people to engage with. They feel part of a bigger conversation. I think sometimes teachers feel sort of isolated doing what they do. And the films from the Redford Center that became the heart of the curriculum have a really deep integrative kind of draw just by how the stories are told. And they really allowed different kinds of teachers to work together in new ways. And I think, as Jill said, just the free nature of it allowed a lot of people to come together to try it out. And then it's also a really interesting thing to have a filmmaking component to it, and give people a platform at the end of a learning journey to sort of express what they've discovered, like an artifact of discovery in the way of a film.
And that's part of the reason why we have these two with us today, Eloise and Ty. I want to bring you two in. How did you two hear about the program, and why did you want to be involved? Ty, maybe we could start with you, and then we'll go to you, Eloise.
So my dad was listening to a podcast, and while he was listening to it, he heard someone talking about the challenge on the Redford stories. And he thought it would be a really fun project for me to complete. And I also really wanted to try it out.
Right away? Dad said yes, and you were like, I'm ready?
Yeah. I only had probably 2 or less, 2 weeks or less.
Wow. Eloise, was it a similar story for you? Were you right away interested?
Yeah, I was definitely interested from the first time that I heard about it. I participate in Children for Change, which is a local community service group in my area. And that was how I heard about the Redford Center Stories Challenge. And I became involved with other work with the Redford Center for the Meet the Moment panel series. So I heard about it through that too, and I got to meet a lot of really incredible filmmakers that I look up to. So that was when I kind of decided, I want to do this. I want to be one of them. And I can start with this challenge as part of my journey to filmmaking.
And so how did you decide what sort of film you were going to make? I mean, we're going to show both of your movies in a minute, but I just want to get both of your takes before we show them. Eloise, do you want to start? Oh, Ty, we'll let you go.
Okay. So I kind of went through a lot of test runs, and I completed a lot of films, probably 2 or 3 more, and they all exceeded 90 seconds. So I tried bringing them all together into one piece and try to trim it and make it sound like it was a true story.
That's not a lot of time to tell a full story, right, Eloise? I mean, how did you go about, because you both have very different movie styles. How did you condense it all?
Well, I think I first started out by actually just searching up pictures of protests. That was how I first started thinking about what I wanted my film to be. And then through that, I was able to look at the pictures and look at the messages that were being sent and kind of combine all of these interconnected issues, not only environmental justice, but also racial justice. I have footage of the Capitol riot in my film. So I felt like all of those issues really connected together. And that made my film stronger because I was able to take from all of these different parts of our U.S. society that make up the nation and pull from all of those different problems that we face to kind of combine them into one interconnected, larger issue.
And I want to play your movie first, Eloise, and then we'll bring the conversation back after.
Okay. Why youth activists? Why not wait until we're older? 10, 20, or 30 years from now, when we're more educated, more measured, more realistic. Thus the sheer beauty of a child, the raw honesty, the creativity, each theoretical idea whizzing around their mind, essentially a limitless imagination. It has been drilled into us from a young age to step aside and let the grown-ups figure it out, to sit silently and wait patiently. But why wait? It's our future. 50 years from now, we'll be left with the same interconnected issues. Environmental neglect, basic human rights, a divided nation. Knowing that we could have taken action when we didn't. Now that would be the real shame. To the passionate youth, flourish and reach for your full potential. Openly share your unique perspectives and opinions, for they are what could truly change the course of humanity forever.
Director, writer, and producer. All right, there wasn't sound there, but we know sort of the gist of it, and we're going to play it later. And I remember listening to it, and you said something like, why wait, right? It was really important for you to say that. And we saw that interconnectedness that you were talking about. When you think about everything that's happened in the past year, though, how did you narrow down what it was that you wanted to include? I mean, there's a lot that's happened in the past year, but how did that story, how did you know you had found that final story that you ended up telling?
I think it took a while for me to choose what I felt was really important. And obviously I knew that the challenge was focused on environmental justice. So I wanted to incorporate that because I was really passionate about it as well. But I think I decided on environmental justice and racial justice as the two most prominent issues that we're facing right now. Not that there aren't so many others that are equally as important. And I was kind of able to connect both of those issues through narration, which we didn't get to hear just now, but I think we will later.
Yes, we definitely will. Jill and Elizabeth, why was this movie so important for you to have included as a winner this year?
Jill, do you want to take that one, or you want me to start?
We can start with you, Elizabeth.
Sure. Well, I feel like I had the ultimate advantage because we had over 400 student films come in, and I got to watch them all. And I think, again, as artifacts of experience and as insights into what people care about and how all those things, like Eloise was saying, are actually part of the same conversation and how they fit together, seeing the depth and breadth of the whole collection was really incredible. And I think with the film that Eloise made, it's the combination of her narration, which is so powerful and so strong in her speaking, with the way she leads you through a journey. And when we watched it, I think we all felt stronger when it was over. And it was a really powerful example of the way 1 minute can change a life or can change you. You can feel changed on the other side of a minute. And then we felt like Eloise really led that journey powerfully.
1 minute. Jill, did you want to add anything?
First, I just want to congratulate Eloise and Ty. I haven't had a chance to meet you yet, so I want to thank you both for participating and for just bringing so much intelligence and creativity and thoughtfulness to the work. Eloise, your piece is really special. You wrote it, and you made it, and you did all the image research, and you put it all together and created the narrative arc. And it's really impressive that you're doing that all at the age that you're at, but that you're doing it so well. And I think, as Liz said, at the end of the day, it's how it makes you feel. And I think for all of us, some of the images that you did choose and the way that you spoke to them was incredibly moving. And I know it's a piece a lot of us will be thinking about for a long time, particularly those of us who are implicated as adults here who haven't done what we've needed to do. And I know that that's the opportunity of listening to these young people, to be reminding us on a daily basis of what we really need to be held accountable for right now. And you just did it so beautifully. And I agree that the urgency that shows up in your piece is the urgency we need to be operating with. And so for me, that really came through.
Absolutely. Thank you. And I didn't realize you guys hadn't spoken yet since you were named, but this is very exciting. I also wanted to share Ty's video because that's another message that really can resonate with everybody. And it's really powerful. And so I want us to play it, and hopefully we have some sound, and then we can talk out of it.
Is this thing on? Oh, there we go. Okay. Right now, I am in my backyard, which is basically the woods. I'm gonna be looking for stuff. All right, so I just found this beer. Another glass one. I found one little plastic one, two, third one, three, another one, four, another one. My collection. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. You should know what you're doing to the earth. I mean, this probably won't even be out to everyone in the world, but I hope others will understand to just not do this. Thank you for watching. See you.
Ty, you thought nobody was going to see it. Now everybody's going to see it. Everybody's going to see that. It's so powerful. And I love how you put yourself in it. I mean, why did you decide to be the voice of that? And also, you're looking directly into the camera, speaking directly to us. Tell us about that.
Well, I wanted to feel like people who had experience with this stuff could kind of feel it more and kind of have more emotion to it. And it can also apply to other people as well. And I think this situation can be applied to like racial or gender injustice and stuff. And it can be basically any type of environmental justice.
How did you do it? How did you put it all together?
Well, I wanted to feel like it was more of kind of like a boy who was recording a YouTube video, and people were kind of responding in the comments or texting the boy, telling him how inspirational it was.
Yeah, and that's how people your age, you guys communicate, right? And that's sort of how messages get across. I wonder, Eloise, I'm not sure if you've seen Ty's video yet, but what was your reaction to it?
Yeah, actually what Ty was just saying about the YouTube vlog idea, that was exactly what I thought of when I first saw it. I was like, oh my gosh, you're a YouTuber, that's the style. And I think it was really impactful, just the way that you cut the clips so that you're at different points at every moment was really interesting. My favorite part was when you had the numbers on the screen and it was blurry, it just seemed so realistic. And that was really impactful when you were just counting out the numbers. Another one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And again, it showed the urgency of this issue and why we need to address it, because youth like us are going into our backyards and finding 20 plus beer cans at any given point.
Yeah, and Elizabeth, is that what stood out to you about this video as well?
Yeah, at the heart of the curriculum for Redford Stories, we had this question and inquiry around who is an environmentalist. And I feel like Ty's film really opens that question at its heart. And as Eloise is addressing in her movie, like, do you wait till you're 10 or 20 or 30? Or like, when can you actually walk in the world and know yourself as a change maker? And Ty, I feel like your movie also just brings that question like right to the forefront of our attention and invites people to really consider like every action is actually an action of intention, and it depends which direction it's going. And every one of us, this is our story. This is our collective story, and we all have the same agency in telling it. And we love the integration at the end of the way, as Eloise is saying, you kind of go into the woods with you and you experience a kind of research that's like a really lived research, and then you see what you do with it. So it's powerful, the action you take, and then it's powerful the way you play it forward and invite people to come into that conversation with you, and that you use technology that way. That's a really inspiring example, I think.
Yeah. Thank you. Jill, did you want to add anything?
Oh my gosh. I have so much to say about this film. Ty, you unknowingly probably hit on so many things that are core to the way the Redford Center does our work. We really believe that people need to understand how these issues impact them personally. We really believe that telling a very personal narrative is one of the best ways to engage other people. And we know that solutions and giving people something to do in a film is a huge opportunity. Most people, even if they're concerned, they don't know what to do, right? And so part of what we do with our storytelling is always giving people a way to engage. Because once you start engaging, you just want to do more, you feel more supported, you're part of a bigger thing. And it can sometimes really balance out the hopelessness that I think is also part of this issue that we're all working on. I think there's, in your, both in what you were doing and also even in the end of your film, you gave us a website. I mean, you really used so many of the tools that we know work when we're doing this kind of storytelling. But you also had this incredible ability to just keep us riveted on screen. When you open up with a young boy in the woods with a beer bottle, it's like, what's going to happen? That was your opening moment. And then you're counting down, you're finding these techniques to pass time. Then you bring us back. Then you actually share your film. And, this is one of the things we know to be true that I think is so important about this program is that young people engage other young people. That is how this works. And right, so you saw your friend came up with the idea of starting the group, right? You did one thing and then your friend came with something else. And that is truly how this movement is growing and building. And so there was so much that showed up in your film. And then to hear you speak about the intersectionality of this issue, I think that probably was part of the learning that you did maybe on your own to get ready for the challenge, or just how you've understood the issue to be working. But I think that's one of the things that we're really up against as a society, is that people think that the environmental issue sort of stands on its own, but it doesn't. We can't fix this without fixing racial justice issues and gender justice issues and issues of class and cultural identity. All of it comes together in the work that we do. And so it really came through in the piece that you made. And I'm so excited for you as a future filmmaker, because you've got some real talent.
I can't believe you both are in 8th grade. This is incredible. But you both did such an incredible job, as Jill and Elizabeth were saying, of just pulling everybody into these stories, because everyone can relate to the messages that you were both sharing in your movies. And so just as we wrap up, I wanted to go around to everybody and just ask, what are you hoping that people take away from your movies and also sort of this program? I mean, and Eloise, I want to start with you and talk about not just your peers and your friends who are your own ages, but also adults? What are you hoping they take away from this?
I hope that people realize that they don't have to be the typical environmentalist to make an environmental change, because it can be anyone. And it can be the smallest action. Not that I actually believe in small actions, because every action is huge. But it doesn't have to be this one silo of person that fits into that category. You don't have to have had any previous experience or knowledge about the environment in order to go out into your community and make change and do a beach cleanup or any other kind of environmental initiative that you want to take to heart and really go and do in your community.
And the time is now. Yeah, Ty, how about you?
I really want people to understand and start cleaning up their towns, cities, or wherever they are currently at their place. And I think together we can make it a clean planet. And it doesn't have to start with a big group. It can start by yourself, but eventually you can start gradually picking people up, convincing people to help you, or even if they really want to by themselves, they can also come to you as well.
And Elizabeth and Jill, just in the final minute, this is the second year of this challenge. What are you hoping people take away from these two young people and the messages that they're sending?
I mean, for me,
Elizabeth,
I hope they take away that this is everyone's conversation. And I think maybe even more than that, I hope they take away the feeling that exponential growth is possible, that there are so many things that need addressing, as this whole panel has said, but that it is very possible for people to come together and quickly make change, I think, based on inspiration and the kind of respect and dignity that all the students actually paid to each other and to the world and to whatever subject they addressed in their film. I think they really set an example of possibility. And I think we're excited to build forward on it.
That's great. And I just want to end. How can people find these two videos? Jill, maybe I'll ask you.
Yeah, so we will be releasing them out over the course of the next couple of weeks. If you go to redfordcenter.org/join, you can get the email that will push those out in, and then I'm sure we'll put them on our social media channels as well. We're on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and I'm sure they'll be up on our YouTube pages. So visit redfordcenter.org and you'll be able to find them. And I just want to thank you, Bloomberg, for inviting this conversation. It's so important for us, I think, to be listening to these young people right now and also to be equipping them for the future that they're headed into.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I'm so glad we were able to have these two on. And I hope you guys will come back, because you always have a spot here with us at Bloomberg. And I just want to say thank you again to Jill Tidman of the Redford Center, Elizabeth Miller, an educator who has worked very closely with the Redford Center, and of course, Ty June and Eloise Sant, two visionaries, really, who are changing our world and really inspiring a lot of us. So thank you guys so much for joining us today.
Thank you so much for having us.
For more than 50 years, we've stood for values and things that last. Things that are timeless and enduring, that never go out of style. This is our most important work. This is the quality of life I believe in. These are the things I wish to preserve.
Hello and welcome. I'm Meg Szabo, Senior Programming Director from Bloomberg Live, and I'm delighted to be here today with Miranda Kerr, CEO and founder of Cora Organics, for a conversation on clean and green beauty. Miranda, welcome.
Thanks for having me, Meg. It's nice to see you.
So when you launched your company back in 2009, you were really one of the first organic brands out there in the clean beauty. Can you tell us why you decided to launch the brand and why it's so important to you?
I launched, Cora Organics in Australia in 2009 when I was pretty much still focused on modeling at the time. I was working crazy hours and traveling the world. So Cora was my passion project. But it was in 2016, I decided to shift my focus more on my own business. And then I launched Cora Organics in America in 2017. And now we're sold in 30 countries worldwide. To give you a little context as to why I created Cora, it all started, well, the interest kind of sparked when I was about 16 and my mum had cancer in her spleen. And this really encouraged us as a family to research all of the ingredients of the products that we were using, from our personal products to cleaning supplies to all packaged goods. And we were super shocked to see how potentially carcinogenic and toxic certain ingredients can be that were readily available on the market. Even products that claim to be natural basically might even have just one natural ingredient and then a whole bunch of other harmful ingredients. And that's really what sparked my interest in certified organic products, because that way you have the verification that the products and the ingredients are really what they claim to be. So to go back to my mum was sick when I was 16, but then so we learned all about that. So in 2006, I was having a conversation with a friend of mine and just talking about, you know, I'm eating organic, and from our family, we all cleaned up our products at home so they were less toxic, but I really wasn't able to find anything in the market that was certified organic in the skincare space. So she said, well, I know an aromatherapist, she said, who makes organic essential oils, and she put me in touch with her. And then that aromatherapist put me in touch with her chemist, and we just started that conversation. And I just said, do you think it's possible to create powerful results-driven products that are certified organic? And I just wondered why other people weren't doing it. And she said, yeah, it would be a big commitment and a lot of time and money would have to be invested. So I decided to take it upon myself, invest my own money, and we started creating samples. And I really wanted to make powerful, healthy products that were certified organic and natural in accordance with a world certification body. So we chose EcoCert Cosmos, which is a strict world certification third party that, looks over everything in our company. And the company still to this day is 95% mine, and I have a 5% original investor. And I guess my experience from modeling really taught me a lot. It was a great testing ground as to what textures and products worked underneath makeup, and I learned what helps to prep the skin and what products really helped with that. So when it came to formulating my own products, I'd basically tried everything in the market. I knew what textures worked on the skin, and I was able to give that feedback to our incredible chemists, who were then able to work their magic and formulate powerful certified organic products.
Wow, that's amazing. So certified organic, I think, how do you tell? How do you know if something is certified organic versus, if other products try to say that they're organic, but it's just a label? Like, how do you actually really make sure that that's happening?
Well, certified organic is a big process, and Cosmos EcoCert is a global organic certification agency. They have specific audits that they do. They audit ourselves and our manufacturers annually. They have super strict guidelines and regulations. They have to approve everything from the ingredients to the packaging to all the words on the bottles. It's very time consuming for us as a company, and it's a large undertaking, but it gives our brand so much transparency and integrity. And and I just felt like it was super important. So it says on our packaging, the certification, and it tells you everything on here from, it says on here Cosmos EcoCert, so it has the little label, and then it tells you the percent which is from natural origin, the percent which is from organic origin. It's very transparent, which to me was super important because after learning and educating myself on all the ingredients that were in products, I just really wanted to have that transparency for my products. And because your skin is your largest organ and what you put on your skin sinks in, I really wanted products that were healthy for you, but also delivered powerful results. And what's interesting is that Cambridge did a study and found that certified organic ingredients can contain up to 60% more antioxidants than non-certified organic ingredients. So when you're certified organic, basically it's not just about being clean, it's so much more than that. So you know, the soil that the certified organic ingredients are grown on are not only free from pesticides and herbicides, but it must be nutrient dense and not depleted by continual growth and harvest that's over and over. And that's why when you have a certified organic ingredient, you have up to 60% more antioxidants. And that's why our products are getting incredible results for people's skin.
That's amazing. So what would you say of all the products that you have launched that you are probably the most proud of, or you think makes the biggest difference to somebody's skin or to their skincare routine?
Well, I'd have to say that, sorry, it's hard to pick one, but our turmeric brightening and exfoliating mask, this little guy here, I am obsessed with. It is a 2-in-1 product. It's nothing like I've ever used before in my whole experience, even in organic or clean or just, you know, regular beauty products. And I'm obsessed with face masks, and I wanted to create both a physical exfoliating experience and then a detoxifying mask as well. I really wanted a product that could give your skin that, you know, post-spa facial glow, and something you can do at home in one simple step. And so I spent a lot of time working on this product with our chemists and talking about the consistency and the texture. And it took over 18 months to create this product. And it's a product that pretty much is a cult product, and people are obsessed with it. And it's so invigorating. It's like an at-home facial in a tube, and you get the physical exfoliation, and then, you know, you have the other exfoliating process with the AHAs and in there as well. So it's pretty awesome.
Do you feel like, given the pandemic and all the amount of time that everybody's been spending at home recently, that you've noticed kind of an uptick in business? Do you think that has it helped your business? Has it been harder for your business just dealing with the pandemic?
I think that people now more than ever are focused on self-care and taking care of themselves, taking care of their mind, their body, their spirit. And that's what we're all about at Cora Organics, is really taking that time for yourself in these little rituals that are healthy for you and also healthy for the planet, because we are certified organic, and that's something that we've been since day one. And we're all about nourishing your mind, your body, and your skin, and that whole experience that you have when you use our products.
That's a good segue into the conversation about sustainability and being green, which is what we're here for. For you, what does sustainability mean? And, you know, obviously the beauty industry faces a lot of challenges in the sustainability space. So how have you really tried to work to address some of those in creating your products?
So at Cora, we are taking steps to limit our carbon footprint with our new products. We've been transitioning more to sustainable packaging with glass bottles and refillable pods. This is our newest product, the Turmeric Glow Moisturizer, and it has a little refillable pods, and it's in a glass bottle there, which means less waste. And we're working with Climate Neutral to obtain Climate Neutral certification and offset our carbon emissions for 2021 and onwards. And in general, as I was talking about organic farming techniques really provide a safer, more sustainable environment for everyone, whilst producing those nutrient and antioxidant-rich ingredients in the process. So we also work with organic farming researchers. They're one of the foundations that we work with and donate to. And their mission is to really foster the improvement and the widespread adoption of organic farming systems and make those education tools available to farmers so they can learn more about organic farming. As far as supply chain goes, we use raw materials. They're ethically and responsibly sourced, from ingredients to packaging to materials. And in addition to this, the majority of our manufacturers, like their facilities, are 100% powered by renewable energy, having energy efficient lighting, comprehensive recycling programs, and they have, employee training on waste reduction and things like that. And our third-party warehouse is a B Corp as well, which means they're even further dedicated to reducing their environmental impact and creating a diverse workforce. So we're very focused on continually being better in all ways with our company.
That's amazing. And I think, it sounds like you are so involved in the company. And I think that is probably why you're able to, actually have it be sustainability so embedded. Because my experience is that it really has to kind of come from the top. What advice would you give maybe to other beauty brands that are looking to try and go cleaner, or, trying to try and do, become more sustainable as well? Is there any advice that you've learned along this process that you would give them?
Well, I really feel that sustainability is about making conscious choices to really create less waste and minimize our footprint. And we can make those changes daily. It's not about being perfect, but if each of us makes small changes, it can lead to a big difference. So like we're doing at Cora, I would recommend looking into more sustainable packaging options. It is a big initiative and it is a big process. It doesn't happen overnight, but if you take one step, then it's one step closer to helping. And something everyone can do is carbon offsetting. And at Cora, we're working with Climate Neutral to really obtain climate neutral certification. And that's a big undertaking. And we're doing that and working with them to offset our carbon emissions for 2021 and so on. But I just feel like those carbon credits go towards different initiatives, whether that's planting trees or funding water irrigation systems for clean water. There are so many different ways that you can help as a company, and just be aware of it and conscious of it.
So another maybe tough question about to pick one product, but if there was one product that I could switch today to be cleaner and greener, that could be a more sustainable, could help make the biggest impact, what would you think that product would be?
Well, I think that if you basically, for cleansers, like when you're cleansing your face and body, you could switch to an organic face and body wash rather than an alternative that's filled with chemicals, because the chemicals in those products, they wash down the drain and they're often toxic in nature, and then they end up hurting the environment that way. So when you use products like our Milky Mushroom Cleanser, which I have right here, and you can feel okay that the ingredients washing down the drain, they're organic and they're safe for the environment. And that is one way that you can, do something for the environment on a daily basis, because I cleanse my face morning and night, and it's good to know that I'm not hurting the environment through the products that I'm using. In addition to that, we also have our refillable moisturizer, which I spoke to you about, and that has the refillable pods. So you purchase the jar once and then you have the refillable pods thereafter, which means less waste and it's better for the environment. So that's another way and that's something that we're looking more into. We have another product launching at the end of the year with a refillable pod option as well.
So what's next for Cora Organics? Do you hope to keep the company or sell it, or what do you see the legacy being?
Well, my hope for Cora Organics is for it to become a household name so people have the opportunity to choose healthier alternatives for themselves and for the environment. And with your question in regards to selling it, my intention is to continue to grow this company so that it can be here long after I'm gone. And my intention is to pass my company down to my children. I have 3 boys, and I hope that they will be able to maintain that integrity and that transparency and that love that I have put into it, because I'm not here to make a quick dollar. I'm not here to build a company and sell it. I'm here to continue to provide healthy options for people, and I don't want that diluted or watered down, which is why I've maintained the 95% ownership of my company. I really believe that I've put my whole heart into all of these products and created these products with so much love, and I want to maintain that. And I want this to be, you know, a company that outlives me.
That's great. And I think, you know, you obviously have created such a great brand, and your involvement is what has made it what it is. So I think that is a great place to end it. Thank you so much for your time, Miranda.
Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you so much for joining us, Miranda. That brings us to the end of the Bloomberg Green Summit. A big thank you to all of our speakers for their insights, to our moderators for their time, and most of all to you for being such an engaged audience. I'd also like to thank our premier sponsor, GM, our presenting sponsors, Ralph Lauren and Zurich, and our supporting sponsor, Wipro. Remember to visit the resources tab to learn more about our sponsors. If you missed any part of this program, you can always check out Bloomberg Live's YouTube page where you can watch the conversations. We are pleased you made time for the Bloomberg Green Summit. Please do continue to engage with us on social media. Remember, the hashtag is Bloomberg Green. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, my name is Konstantin Popovic, and I'm the CEO of Grey Singapore. My strong belief is that the only way we're going to fight the climate crisis successfully is by truly bringing all actors together. We need giant action from corporations and governments, but we also need the very small steps from each of us, every citizen and every consumer.
My name is Matthew Chan. I'm Head of Public Policy and Sustainable Finance at ASIFMA. Look, I think the greatest challenge is around the need for coordination and a more harmonised approach globally. This relates to corporate disclosure standards, data standards. It relates to market structural issues that we need to tackle. It also relates to taxonomy. We need to have an interoperable approach if we can't have harmonisation. We also need to think about transitional activities, which are so important to Asia. This is a global issue. It requires cross-border movement of capital to solve, and quite frankly, a fragmented approach won't do.